In New Hampshire, when any candidate files for the presidential primary, the governor sponsors a sort of coffee and cake reception in the State House after the candidate has filed his papers. And when Senator Muskie went up there in January 1972, they had this reception, and as the guests finished their coffee, they all discovered that underneath the coffee, as they turned up their cups, pasted on the bottom, looking up at you, was a replica of a McGovern campaign button. Now, that doesn't get into the league of some of the things we've been talking about here, but it is, in my view, toward the bottom range of a Dick Tuck type operation. As a matter of fact, I called Dick that afternoon to congratulate him on it, and he said no, he hadn't done it.
In the Senate of the United States, a resolution to establish a select committee of the Senate to conduct an investigation and study of the extent, if any, to which illegal, improper, or unethical activities were engaged in by any persons, acting individually or in combination with others, in the presidential election of 1972, or any campaign, canvass, or other activity related to it. From Washington, NPAC brings you gavel-to-gavel videotape coverage of today's hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here is NPAC correspondent Jim Lehrer.
Good evening. The McGovern people did nothing in 1972 that even belongs in the same category with the dirty tricks and espionage committed by the Nixon campaign. This was the strong position of two George McGovern campaign leaders, Rick Stearns and Frank Mankiewicz, in testimony before the Irvin Committee today. Stearns admitted the McGovern campaign made some mistakes, but we did not commit crimes, he said. Mankiewicz called the Nixon campaign tactics in '72 unprecedented in the history of American politics and said it would be a mistake to say Watergate and its related activities constituted a breakdown in the political system. Everybody in politics does not do what the Nixon people did in '72, he said. Mankiewicz, who was national campaign coordinator for McGovern, said he was convinced that the Nixon dirty tricks against Democratic candidates successfully created an unparalleled atmosphere of rancor and discord within the Democratic Party. In tonight's replay, you'll find numerous references, usually critical, to the opening statement made by H.R. Haldeman on July 30. Haldeman listed some dirty tricks he thought had been done by opponents and called on the Watergate Committee to investigate them.
The pranksterism that was envisioned would have specifically excluded such acts as the following: violent demonstrations and disruption, heckling or shouting down speakers, burning or bombing campaign headquarters, physical damage or trashing of headquarters and other buildings, harassment of candidates' wives and families by obscenities, disruption of the National Convention by splattering dinner guests with eggs and tomatoes, indecent exposure, rock throwing, assaults on delegates, slashing bus tires, smashing windows, setting trash fires under the gas tank of a bus, knocking policemen from their motorcycles. I know that this committee and most Americans would agree that such activities cannot be tolerated in a political campaign. But, unfortunately, the activities I have described are all activities which took place in 1972 against the campaign of the President of the United States by his opponents. Some of them took place with the clear knowledge and consent of agents of the opposing candidate in the last election. Others were acts of people who were clearly unsympathetic to the President, but may not have had direct orders from the opposing camp.
Mr. Haldeman made those charges just before he admitted that he had approved the hiring of Donald Segretti for a Dick Tuck operation. It was Haldeman who complained about a lack of investigation of McGovern telephones used to organize that anti-Nixon rally at the Century Plaza Hotel in Los Angeles. Rick Stearns will be asked about that. The Irvin Committee is going to recess for 2 weeks as scheduled, primarily to get more time for investigating. Peter Kay has more on what is coming next.
Even had the Senate not contemplated a recess, Chief Counsel Sam Dash would have asked the committee for one. What Dash wants to do is to give investigators time to dig up evidence, which could lead to a dramatic new phase when the hearings resume on October 30th. There's little doubt that he means revelations involving billionaire Howard Hughes and Bebe Rebozo, a close friend of President Nixon's. Along these lines, the committee reportedly met today and talked to former Nevada Governor Paul Laxalt, who has close ties to Hughes. Rebozo already has told investigators that he accepted $100,000 in $100 bills from a Hughes aide in 1969 and in 1970, but gave the money back a few months ago because he feared it might be embarrassing to the president. Several senators say they are interested in probing any relationship between these contributions and a presidential decision to give Hughes control of Air West, as well as reversal of a Justice Department antitrust action which would have barred Hughes from adding the Dunes Hotel to his Las Vegas casino empire. Now, the Nixon-Hughes relationship goes back many years. In 1956, Hughes loaned $205,000 to the then vice president's brother Donald, who put up a $13,000 family lot in Whittier as collateral. This Hughes loan became a campaign issue for Mr. Nixon in 1962 and in 1960. And a Nixon fundraiser told me recently of a $100,000 cash donation by Hughes in 1968. Committee investigators also have interviewed several Hughes associates. If by any chance they can flesh out the billionaire recluse, then Watergate will be back with a vengeance. Jim?
Joining us tonight are two veteran Watergate watchers who have been with us before. John Kramer is professor at the Georgetown University Law Center. John Lofton is the former editor of the Republican newsletter Monday and is now a nationally syndicated columnist. They will be back with me at the close of tonight's replay. For now, here is an hourly guide to the day's testimony. In the first hour, Rick Stearns has some critical words for the committee, saying he was upset at being equated with what he calls the absolute outrages of the Nixon campaign. Also in this hour, he offers an insider's look at the McGovern apparatus, noting that local workers were fiercely independent, and that caused problems. In the second hour, Stearns charges that Republicans were involved in a calculated campaign to smear him over his views on the Arab-Israeli crisis. He says he was aware of a so-called Muskie Accountability Project, a report that accused Muskie of lying, but he said it was never used. In hour three, Frank Mankiewicz charges that the so-called Humphrey Jackson sex letter was designed by the White House to get those men mad at both Muskie and McGovern. He adds that false advertising and pamphlets mean that in the future nothing a candidate says would be believable. In hour four, Mankiewicz charges that Herbert Kalmbach bought a computer company that held polling information on California Democrats. And he said that Democratic investigators monitored Price Commission decisions to see if Republican contributors like Clement Stone had been given favors. Now to the hearings as Senator Baker wields the gavel for Senator Irving.
Committee will come to order. The chairman was called away on official business and asked me to convene the hearing and to proceed. He will be able to rejoin us later in the morning, I understand. Would counsel call the first witness?
Mr. Richard Stearns.
Yes, sir.
Will you stand, Mr.
Stand
Stearns?
and be sworn, please. Would you hold up your right hand? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may be seated, Mr. Stearns. Would counsel then proceed?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Terry Lenzner, Assistant Chief Counsel, will initiate the questioning of this witness.
Mr. Stearns, you have counsel with you. Could counsel identify themselves, please?
John M. Elliott of the Philadelphia Bar.
Edward F. Menino.
Mr. Stearns, you have a statement that you'd like to read. Would you go ahead and proceed to read that, please?
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I would have appreciated the elementary courtesy of reasonable notice in advance of this appearance, because I would have preferred to prepare a comprehensive statement for the committee. The subject you have been charged to examine is critical, and it deserves the best reflection and insight any witness can offer. Mr. Buchanan complained that this was difficult despite having all the resources of the White House at his disposal because he was given only 6 days to prepare. As at least some of you are aware, I was given less than 24 hours notice of this appearance during the course of an oral presentation to one of the classes at Harvard Law School where I am a student. In recent weeks, the press has reported that some of the committee staff has been engaged in a fishing expedition for a partisan purpose, to absolve the outrages of the most corrupt presidential campaign in American history by finding something, anything, no matter how insubstantial,
in order to place blame on a Democratic campaign which sought honestly and decently to provide a different kind of national leadership. Yesterday, a hired liar for creep, a self-serving Republican expert on so-called Democratic dirty tricks, went so far as to defame the memory of Senator Robert Kennedy, implying that Senator Kennedy was the inspiration for his contemptible conduct. It is perhaps revealing that no one on this committee had the strain at figuring out who among the Nixon campaign to subpoena or what questions to ask them. The scandal there was pervasive. The abuses screamed for attention and correction. Nothing could any longer conceal the crimes and the cover-ups. The problem was not whether there was an excuse to start an investigation, but whether there was any way to end it. Now some of those who have been forced at last to face the beam in one party's eye are searching to find a mote in the other party's eye. This is not the appropriate exercise of a power that was supposed to reach beyond partisanship in order to renew the principles we all profess. More than that, it is a profound disservice. First, it is a disservice to the facts. The McGovern campaign was founded not on dirty tricks, but on the truth. In 1972, we made mistakes, but we did not commit crimes. Let me list some of the things we did not do. We did not tap any telephones. We did not burgle any offices. We did not hire any demonstrators. We did not employ any spies. We did not refuse, indeed we welcomed the opportunity to disclose the sources of our financing. We never solicited, we never took, and we never expected an illegal corporate contribution. We never committed perjury or asked anyone to commit perjury for us. We never manipulated or debased the FBI, the CIA, the Secret Service, or the Justice Department. We never considered a firebombing or the enlistment of prostitutes to compromise the opposition or anyone else, or even kidnapping those who saw the world differently than we did. We were beaten, but we were not dishonored. And the attempt to find fault where there is none, to lay blame where it does not belong, to whitewash the guilty by blackening the innocent is a pathetic piece of political gamesmanship. And let me tell you some of the things that we did do. We were honest about who was paying for our campaign and about the principles and programs for which we stood. We were open and frank with the press and the American people. We invited the scrutiny of everyone, at times to our disadvantage. And I welcome such scrutiny now, but not the innuendos and slanders, which are the last refuge of those who cannot acquit themselves except by accusing others. I believe that when this committee's work is done, when the last witness has been heard and the final recommendations are written, you will call for the kind of honest and decent politics George McGovern practiced in 1972. Second, unfounded attacks on democratic integrity are a disservice to the Republican Party. It is not necessary for Republicans to prove that Democrats are just as bad. For the truth is that most people in both parties have held to high standards of conduct. Republicans and Democrats alike have waged fair fights in most campaigns at every level. Indeed, most of those who thought last year that the president's re-election was right did nothing in that cause which any of us would regard as wrong. They voted to re-elect the president, not to bug the Democratic National Committee. Finally, it is a disservice to the nation to imply that all politics is as bad as a few men made it in 1972. I have not been long in politics, only 5 years, but I have met so many people and politicians from the grassroots to the Senate in both parties whom I proudly call my friends and who I believe give constant witness to the ideals of the American system. This committee at its best exemplifies politics at its best. And the worst disservice now would be to convince the nation that this cannot be, that the political process is inevitably degraded and unworthy. For that does not save the Republicans of the administration. It not only slanders Democrats, it unjustifiably strains the faith of the American people in the American system. Mr. Chairman, in these last months, you have heard and all of us have seen a record of sabotage and slander unprecedented in American history. I experienced personally some of that slander last year. The facts are different from the fiction which was widely promoted. In 1967, I signed a newspaper appeal which endorsed the Middle East policy that was subsequently supported by the United States and adopted by the United Nations. At that time, I favored what the Nixon administration once hailed as an even-handed policy in the Middle East. I consistently advocated that policy in a responsible way until the outbreak of Arab terrorism and the escalation of Soviet intervention convinced me that I was wrong. My earlier position was no secret. It was publicly expressed at the time as was my current position during the 1972 campaign. Despite that, the most outlandish and outrageous smears were spawned and perpetuated by the committee to re-elect the president. For example, the committee's publicist, Mr. Devan L. Shumway, spread a rumor among the press that I had been a guerrilla leader in al-Fatah. It hardly merited the denial it deserved, but it was dangerous and vicious slander. Finally, I called my friend, Mr. Patrick Buchanan, and Mr. Shumway, at least, was apparently restrained. Yet what I resented most was not the unfounded attack on me, but the implication that views I never held in years already past were the views of George McGovern in 1972. Certainly, Senator McGovern's position was well and widely stated. Yet Creep wanted to take the views they had created for me and make them his. By the same logic, we could conclude that Mr. Colson's alleged plan for firebombing the Brookings Institution proved that President Nixon was the new mad bomber. I think we've experienced too much of such logic. We have heard too many unscrupulous smears. We have seen too often men who should have served their country but shamed it instead. We need no more forged cables, no more inoperative cover-ups, no more smears against good and decent citizens, among them an assassinated president, who seek only to do what they believe is right for their country. Whether they are Democrats like Senator Humphrey, who was accused of sexual misconduct, or Republicans like Senator Weicker, who was accused of campaign finance abuses. In my view, we need instead to remember the words spoken by Edmund Burke. I am aware that our age is not everything we wish it to be, but I am convinced that the only means of checking its degeneracy is to concur heartily in whatever is best in our times. For me, in 1972, George McGovern represented what was best for our times. Not all of you agreed, and obviously millions of voters disagreed. But at least I'm confident of this much, that the McGovern campaign kept faith with what is best in the American political tradition.
Thank you, Mr. Stearns. Mr. Stearns, you indicated in this statement some surprise about being called, and I'd like to set the record straight on that, if I can. Our records reflect that you were first interviewed at the request of the majority staff. Mr. Moore and Mr. Rowe and also Mr. Schur of the minority staff were present on September 18th of this year. Is that correct?
That is true.
And you were served at that time with a subpoena, a copy of which I have here, to produce certain documents. Is that also correct?
No, I was not served with a subpoena at that time.
Mr. Lenzner, if I may, so the record is clear on this, Mr. Stearns appeared at executive session on October 3rd, at which time he was tendered a subpoena when he was sworn in. He had conversations with two members of your legal staff prior to that time. There was no subpoena tendered until he was here last week for the October 3rd hearing in executive session. At that time, he was examined and asked to produce his analysis of Senator Muskie's campaign, Senator Muskie's voting record, which was supplied to the committee.
Well, I understand that, but I have here a subpoena, and I don't want to belabor this. The return is dated September 18th, meaning that Mr. Moore signed it and indicated that he served it on the 18th of September. But
that was never served, sir.
No, I'm done. I was served two separate subpoenas. So the first occasion was when I concluded the interview with the executive committee. I was served one subpoena then. I was then called again and served a second subpoena at the conclusion of my interview with the executive committee on October 3rd.
So you were served a subpoena prior to October 3rd?
Yes.
And on October 3rd, you were sworn in by Senator Inouye, and you answered questions on that occasion also?
Yes, I did.
And between the September 18th and the October 3rd interviews, you also, as I understand it, called one of your former staff aides to discuss the incidents you were being interviewed about.
Yes, I was informed by the counsel who asked me to appear at the original session that this was an area of interest to the committee.
But you were on some notice then, going back to September 18th.
I'm not objecting
possibility that you would appear here. Is that not correct?
I'm not objecting to appearing before the committee. I'm objecting to appearing on what was originally 2 hours' notice, which my counsel got extended to 16 hours' notice. I'm not sure the committee ever really knew that it was going to have me appear here or not. I haven't seen my name on any list of witnesses that have been published in the last 2 or 3 days.
All right. Now, Mr. Stearns, as I understand it, you were with Senator McGovern's campaign prior to the convention and after the convention. What was your specific assignment and position after the convention?
Well, prior to the convention, I was initially director of research and then director of the senator's campaign in states which did not hold presidential primaries. After the convention, there was a general reorganization of the campaign, and I was assigned as director of what was called the Western Region, which were the 19 states west of the Mississippi River. This is a position which I functionally occupied until approximately the end of September, at which time my attention shifted primarily to the campaign in Pennsylvania.
So, and was California one of the states that you were responsible for after the convention for that period of time?
California is among the states west of the Mississippi River, yes.
Now, in September of 1972, you did make a trip to California. Prior to that trip, were you aware that there was a problem in the California campaign with regard to some peace groups?
No, I was not aware there was a problem in the campaign with regard to peace groups. I was aware that there was a problem in the internal administration of the campaign. And my reason for being in California on that day was an attempt to negotiate, or in fact an attempt to recruit a new campaign director for the Southern California operation.
Who was the campaign director at that time?
Mr. Fred Torr.
Now, prior to the time you went to California, however, did you not receive a petition from people involved in Senator McGovern's campaign raising certain issues about the campaign?
Yes, but to the best of my recollection, that petition mentioned nothing about any peace group.
Well, did it raise implications in your mind that there was concern over whether Senator McGovern and the campaign were adhering to a strong policy on Vietnam and in the peace area?
No, it did not. The petition related to internal, in fact, most of it, as I recall, dealt with difficulties with the literature distribution system, mostly complaints about the administrative manner in which the campaign was being conducted.
Well, yesterday you were interviewed, and you indicated at that time that it raised questions about the grassroots quality of the campaign, and you indicated also, I believe, that indicated to you there was some concern about the strength of commitment for peace in the campaign.
I believe that you drew that as one of the things that grassroots might mean. You know, one could speculate that that's what grassroots might suggest. Any number of issues, that could certainly be one of them, but I'm not sure that was a speculation that I made at the time.
Well, our recollection differs on that. What was when you arrived in California, were you briefed by anybody in the campaign concerning problems with the peace groups and the campaign?
No, not on my arrival. Again, let me make perfectly clear that my reason for being in California dealt with an internal administrative problem within the campaign organization. There was no other purpose for my trip there. My only objective was to interview a gentleman whom I was attempting to recruit, and did recruit eventually successfully, as a new Southern California campaign director. The only suggestion, well, that really answers your question, I think.
Well, did there come a time when you were out there where you did enter into discussions with people about a possible demonstration with peace groups?
Yes, there was. During the course of, as I recall, this was a very quick trip to California. By that time, I was somewhat occupied with other matters and hoped to settle the internal difficulties in the campaign as quickly as I could. As one of the courtesies that I did, as I did in most states that I visited, I did drop by the the Southern California headquarters, which were on Wilshire Boulevard in Los Angeles. And at that time, my assistant, or my liaison with the California campaign, asked if for morale purposes I would tour through the office and shake hands with the campaign workers who were there.
And did you have a discussion at that time about a possible demonstration coming up?
In the course of that tour of the headquarters, I met a lady who was apparently involved in or had attended the organizing meeting of the demonstration that you're referring to.
And who was that?
Well, I do not recall her name.
Who introduced you to her?
Mrs. Jo Sedita, the California National Committee woman.
And who was present at that conversation?
To the best of my recollection, now this is the conversation with Jo Sedita or the conversation regarding the demonstration?
Well, is there a difference?
Well, there was, and then I met Josedita first, and then was introduced to the woman whose name I don't
Well, what
recall.
discussion did you have with Sedita?
I met her. We conversed for a minute about the campaign. She asked if I would then meet this woman.
Did she indicate to you why she wanted you to meet this other individual?
I don't recall that she did, no.
Well, again, yesterday I believe you indicated that you thought you got a quick briefing from her as to why she wanted you to meet this other individual, and that was because of the other person's concern over the commitment of the campaign to the peace movement.
No, I think your recollection of our conversation yesterday is faulty. I said that Barbara Mackenzie, who was conducting my tour through the headquarters, had told me that she thought that Mrs. Sedita had someone that she wanted me to meet who was involved in the, was in some liaison capacity with the peace organizations.
And did she want you to meet, did Mackenzie indicate that there was a concern over the commitment to the peace movement?
No, I don't think she did, no.
And what conversation did you have finally with Sedita and the other individual concerning the possible demonstration?
No, you're asking for my best recollection of what occurred at this?
That's correct.
Yes. My best recollection is that I was introduced to this other woman. She then explained to me that a coalition of peace groups in Los Angeles was organizing a demonstration, a peaceful assembly to coincide with the president's address, I believe on the 27th of September at the Century Plaza Hotel. Now, the best of my recollection, this was the first occasion on which I was even aware the president planned a trip to the Century Plaza Hotel in Los Angeles at that time. I asked her the normal sort of courteous questions that you ask when you're fulfilling the role of a visiting dignitary. Asked her about the character of the demonstration. I'm sure I asked her how many people they expected. Might have even asked her where the Century Plaza Hotel was, and that I had not and still have no idea where it is. She then asked me if I had any objection to, or I recall her asking me if I had any objection to members of the McGovern campaign staff attending the demonstration. I said no, that no one sacrificed any First Amendment right when they went to work for a presidential candidate. If they chose as a matter of conscience to participate and to attend, I had no objection to that. That is my recollection of the conversation.
Do you remember who else was present?
To the best of my recollection, Mrs. Sedita was present. This lady who I was in discussion with was present. My liaison for Southern California, Barbara Mackenzie, was present, and I was present, of course.
You don't recall Fred Torr being there?
I do not recall Fred Torr being present, no.
Now, did this other individual request the campaign to provide any assistance in your presence for the demonstration?
To the best of my recollection, no.
Did this other individual indicate that she and others were concerned about the commitment of the campaign to the peace movement?
I don't recall that being specifically said, no.
Or that the McGovern campaign was giving up the peace issue?
I don't think she made a statement to that effect, no.
Well, now let me read and see if this refreshes your recollection from your executive session of October 3, 1973. Mr. Liebengood asked you concerning this conversation, and what did they ask you? And you answered, well, as I understand the circumstances, this lady was this is at page 49 if you have a copy.
Counsel, we requested a copy and we're told we'd be supplied one.
Fred, can we borrow that
if
you have a copy? Page 49. Mr. Stearns, well, I understood the circumstances that this lady was very interested in what you might call the peace movement in Los Angeles, and she was concerned that the McGovern campaign was giving up the issue of peace in the fall election. And I realize this is hard to imagine, but nonetheless, this was her concern. Now, was that expressed during that meeting?
I said I don't specifically recall it being, it may well have been. I don't recall it being expressed.
Well, there
are any number of opportunities I would have to come across information like this. I mean, this would certainly be my speculation as to why she is interested in making a presentation on the demonstration. Barbara Mackenzie may have suggested this to me. Joe Sedita may have suggested it to me. I don't see it as a particularly surprising conclusion.
But that was your understanding when you testified under oath on October 3.
I think it should be clear, Mr. Lenzner, from page 49 of this transcript, that what Mr. Stearns was talking about is not in the context of what Ms. Sedita or Mrs. Sedita said to him, but rather what his understanding was. And I think you quoted part of it. Let's quote the whole thing, starting at line 13. Well, as I understood the circumstance, that this lady was very interested in what you might call the peace movement in Los Angeles, and she was concerned that the McGovern campaign was giving up the issue of peace. And this is in the context of what he was told, if you read the whole thing. I think your question was, what was Mrs. Sedita or Ms. Sedita telling him?
Well, I read that part of it, but the prior pages indicate that Mr. Liebengood was asking about the meeting. In fact, the prior questions indicated he was asking about who this other individual was that Mr. Stearns had met with.
None of those pages.
It says and the prior question is what did they ask you? And then this is his response to that question. What did they ask you?
And he answered as I understood the circumstances. If you read on page 13, as Mr. Menino pointed out.
Exactly. And that's his answer to that question. Now, did you indicate, by the way, what was the policy of the campaign at that time to using campaign resources for demonstrations?
I think the policy of the campaign toward demonstrations, I think generally the
using resources to aid demonstrations.
I think as a general policy we discouraged it. I think everyone knew the senator's view of demonstrations, which I think he enunciated as I recall, as early as I was in the campaign in 1970, that he felt that violent demonstrations disserved the principles or the issues in which he strongly believed. I think that was a policy that was generally understood by everyone in the campaign. I should point out, however, that we are talking now about a constitutionally protected right that people have. But I would say specifically it was not a policy to lend resources to demonstrations, certainly never a policy to organize a demonstration.
And I think you also indicated yesterday that there was some concern over the political impact that might result if the campaign was linked to a demonstration, violent or nonviolent.
Well, I think that would occur to anyone in that, in the tactical situation that, yes, the Committee to Re-elect the President was doing everything they could to paint George McGovern as an irresponsible, violence-prone, drug-addicted fiend. Naturally, we didn't want to do anything to reinforce any impression, any false impression that was in the public's mind about the senator. And clearly, being linked to a violent demonstration, couldn't possibly serve the best interest of our campaign.
Did you inquire from any of the individuals during that discussion as to what groups were going to participate in the demonstration?
No, I didn't.
Did you issue any instructions to ensure that the campaign would not provide resources to assist in that demonstration?
To the best of my recollection, I didn't.
Now, you have discussed, as I think you've indicated to us, between your first interview of September 18th and your executive session on October 3rd, you did discuss this meeting with Mrs. McKenzie. Is that correct?
That's true.
And can you recall now her recollection, as she told it to you, of what happened at that meeting?
Yes, well, I think my description of what her recollection was is clear from the record from both the executive session and the interview prior to that. So the first time I discussed it with her, her best recollection, and I really think that if you're interested in her best recollection, she is really the one to ask for it.
We have to talk to her.
Right. That initially her best recollection was that no, the issue of campaign resources did not come up during the meeting. After the interview with the staff, I had asked her permission, to recount her recollection before I came to the initial interview. I called her to tell her that, that the issues I had been instructed by, or I had been informed by counsel had come up, that I had used her name. She said then that she had thought about it further, and she thinks that, that perhaps a question about the telephone bank may have been brought up during that meeting. But if it was, she was sure that I said no. Now, that is my recollection of her recollection.
I understand that, but did she also not tell you that she had advised you prior to the discussions with this individual you met in September that they were going to ask you about the demonstration and the use of resources, and she advised you to sidestep that issue. Did she not also say that to you?
She may have. The recollections are now so far removed.
Well, that's what you told. That's what you said under oath on October 3rd, isn't it?
Well, then
Mr.
that
Stearns?
must have been my recollection then. Yes.
Counsel, I realize that you're not constrained by the hearsay rule here, but I would ask you respectfully to break your questions down into answerable questions instead of asking multiple questions that are difficult to answer.
Well, did she advise you prior to the time you met with this group out there that you were going to be asked about the use of resources for this demonstration?
If I said that was what I recalled from the conversation I had had with her prior to the executive committee meeting, if that's what I said on October 3rd, then that must have been my best recollection at the time, yes.
Would you recall now that that's what happened prior to the time you met with this other individual?
No, I don't think I would have recalled that, or I wouldn't have asked her in the first place for her recollection.
Wouldn't it seem natural, Mr. Stearns, if they were discussing a demonstration with you, if they also were seeking to use the resources of the campaign, that they would have sought that aid from you?
No, because I think you have to go back to a fundamental understanding about the McGovern campaign. Our campaign was one which was premised on the autonomy of each local state organization. Now, in California, for all effective purposes, there were two state organizations, one which ran the campaign in the South, another which ran the campaign in the North. I did not have administrative authority within the campaign. I had certainly authority over general issues, general policy, at least up to the time that I was involved with the Western states, that is, up to the end of September. I certainly had a dignitary's capacity everywhere I went. I was initially responsible for organizing and recruiting the campaign staff to whom authority was given to manage the campaign. But I don't think at any time, in any visit that I ever made to any one of our campaign headquarters in any of those 19 states, I would have ever presumed to take the authority or presume that I had the authority to make administrative decisions about the disposal of equipment or material within a headquarters. Our campaign just did not offer it, just did not operate that way. We dealt largely with fiercely independent volunteer workers or paid workers whose interest, ours was just not as well disciplined an organization as the Creeps was.
Well, are you suggesting now, though, that if you were present during a discussion where it was indicated that action was going to be taken by a local campaign headquarters that was clearly against the policy of Senator McGovern, clearly against the policy of the headquarters office, was going to cause tremendous possible political damage to the campaign, that you would not have taken any steps to stop that action?
This is a highly, I mean, what incident are you talking about? This is a highly speculative question. I don't recall anybody ever proposing to me that we take any steps that were going to cause violent damage to the candidate, we're going to violently break any policy. I mean, you're drawing an extreme case which was never posed to me during the campaign.
Well, Mr. Torr testified yesterday that you were present during a discussion where assistance was requested of the campaign, and specifically the phone banks were requested to be used to assist in this demonstration. Now, if that had happened, and if there had been violence in that demonstration, that could have caused, I take it, some damage to the campaign if it had been tied, as it was tied, to the McGovern campaign headquarters.
Well, let me say this, that I lost count of the number of ifs in your question, because I don't recall any of these violent...
Well, you asked me to give you an example. I just gave you an example based on Mr. Torr's testimony yesterday.
All right. Mr. Torr has given you his best recollection. I have given you my best recollection.
But I'm saying in that situation, if Mr. Torr's recollection is correct, are you saying now that if you had been there, you still would not have taken steps to stop the use of those resources?
I was never in any situation where, to the best of my knowledge, that question was posed.
And you don't want to answer it now?
Not evading the answer. You're talking about a completely hypothetical circumstance which I was never confronted with. And I don't feel that my role here as a witness is to be led into hypotheses about what could have happened in 1972. So I understand the committee's purpose is to look into what factually did happen.
And Mrs. McKenzie, as you said, it was indicated to you that you were present during that discussion, and Mr. Torr testified yesterday that you also were.
I'm not testifying to Mr. Torr's recollection. I'm only recollecting Mrs. McKenzie's recollection. I'm testifying as to what I recollect and what I know.
Now, did you later learn that such a demonstration had taken place and that the campaign resources were used to assist it?
Sometime in October, I learned, was mailed a copy of an article in the Los Angeles Times, which described the organization that the demonstration that did take place, and a copy of a Los Angeles Times editorial entitled A Demonstration of Maturity, which concluded the demonstrators demonstrated that a protest can be peaceful, the police demonstrated that it is possible to maintain order without force, welcome civility. Now, this was not something that alarmed me terribly.
But the reports also indicate, however, that the campaign resources had been used to aid that demonstration, and in fact that was an issue in California at that time, was it not?
I saw what as I recall was a very short article, which I think was in the Los Angeles Times, sometime in October, which said that the telephone bank in the McGovern headquarters had been used not by McGovern personnel, I think, but by people outside the campaign for a brief period of time, and then they've been told to stop.
Now, after you read that, did you discuss that incident with anybody at all in the McGovern campaign, either in Washington or in California?
No, I did not.
And did you take any steps to ensure that it would not happen again, either in California or anywhere else in the country?
No, it appeared that steps had been taken, and the issue that we were talking about was a perfectly peaceful assembly, which I understood it is a constitutionally protected right of citizens.
Well, I understand that, but the use of resources to assist the demonstration was clearly against the policies you've indicated of the campaign. So this was a violation of the policy of your headquarters, was it not?
Well, but so what? The article that I saw suggested that it had been put to a stop. There didn't appear that there had been any great harm done. I don't recall it as being any major burning issue. It only became a burning issue, as I recall, when the creep attempted to make it one. I don't think, in the circumstances of the time, anybody thought that any horrendous or horrible act had taken place.
Now, Mr. Torres testified that he felt that it was such a peaceful demonstration would be beneficial to the senator's campaign.
That's Mr. Torres. That's his opinion. I have my own.
Did you discuss that issue with him in California at any time?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Mr. Chairman, or Mr. Vice Chairman, that's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Mr. Lenzer. Mr. Thompson?
Pardon me, could I have my copy of the transcript back, and if you'd submitted your copy instead? I have a couple of places marked there. Okay. Mr. Torre, you refer on page 2 of your statement, Mr. Stearns. I welcome scrutiny now, but not the innuendos and slanders which are the last refuge of those who cannot acquit themselves except by accusing others. What innuendos and slanders are you referring to?
Well, I'm referring principally to the testimony that I heard Mr. Haldeman give before this committee, where Mr. Haldeman, as I recall, implied that in his characterization, I think, of what Mr. Segretti was supposed to do, implied that Democratic candidates had engaged in things like violent disruptions, demonstrations, heckling, shouting, obscenities, trashing of headquarters, fire bombings, stabbings of police officers, and so on. It was also, well, that essentially was that was the larger smear against our campaign I was talking about. The minor smear is the campaign that was run against me during 1972, attempting to impugn Senator McGovern's position on the Middle East by impugning a position that I did not hold on the Middle East.
You also refer on page 1 of your statement to a newspaper account of some of the committee staff engaging in a fishing expedition in order to place blame on a Democratic campaign which sought honestly and decently to provide a different kind of leadership. Do you resent your being called before this committee, Mr. Stearns?
No, I am here as a voluntary witness. Would you like me to expand on what I resent?
Yes, I would.
All right. What I resent is the equilibrium of the situation. I mean, look at the, as I understand the thrust of the assistant majority counsel's questioning. The thrust of his questioning is this, that perhaps a few telephones in California were used in disputed circumstances for a brief period of time to recruit people as a matter of conscience to participate in an utterly peaceful assembly, and that perhaps as many as 1,000 leaflets, as I gather from Mr. Torr's testimony yesterday, were placed on 50 tables in 50 diverse locations in Los Angeles.
So you agree with that part of Mr. Torr's testimony?
No, I don't agree with that. I'm saying that it was on the basis of what he said. I'm saying at best.
You would accept that?
In best, in disputed circumstances, that might have been what had happened. And somehow this is being equated with the kinds of things I referred to earlier. With
who is equating that with the kind of things you referred to earlier?
I think the manner in which this presentation is being made.
How is the presentation being made as to equate it with the kind of things you talked about a minute ago?
Well, I think just by inference. Here are the Democrats.
By whose inference? Have you read the resolution that set this committee up?
No, I haven't.
Well, don't you think it'd be appropriate to find out what the mandate of this committee is before you make charges against the committee and partisanship on the part of the staff?
No, I stand by
Do you realize the committee requires this committee to look into campaign activities in 1972, that the Democrats are no more immune from that than Republicans, and Mr. Dash, Mr. Lenzner agree with that principle?
I'm sorry? I'm sorry, would you state the question again?
No, I wouldn't. I think you understand the question. I would ask you this as to whether or not you know why you're responsible for being here today. Do you feel like this was a partisan effort on someone's behalf to bring you here today to equate the use of the phone bank with bombings and lootings and things of that matter?
Yes, my conviction is that.
Do you think that's a partisan effort?
I think that
In what way? Could you be a little more specific?
This is an attempt to equate a minor disputed incident with the revelations that this committee has brought before the public over the past.
All right. In what way is that partisan? You answered yes when I asked you.
I think there is a basic premise. Mr. Haldeman.
I'm talking about from the standpoint. You can elaborate on that if you wish at a later time, but I'm talking about from the standpoint of partisanship. You're being called to testify about this particular matter, and I assume that has to do with the committee. Now, if you can be a little more specific than that, I appreciate you doing it.
It's my belief that there is an attempt to make an equation.
By whom?
That there is an attempt by some members of the staff of this committee. I'm not here to make specific.
Well, I'm asking you to make specifics. You've leveled these charges. I didn't bring them up. You put them in your statement.
They are
Mr. Lenzner?
They are my firm belief. I'm not here to name call.
You're not here to name call?
No. I'm here to
make call of you.
I've not called anyone any names. In fact, I have said, and I think I made clear in my statement, that one of the things I appreciate most about politics has been the opportunity to meet people from both parties who I think represent the highest standard of conduct, the highest standard of principles that politics in this country should represent. I am not a professional politician, but that has been one of the attractions to me, in a political campaign, has been the opportunity to meet the kind of people that I have met. I think generally politics is a decent profession in this country. It's a profession that I would like to see represented in the best possible light.
Well, I agree with all those noble sentiments. Now, can we get back to the question at hand? As I said, you stated in your statement here that the committee staff was on a fishing expedition to blame the Democratic campaign who sought honestly and decency to provide a different kind of leadership. You refer to innuendos and slanders. You refer to unfounded attacks on democratic integrity. Now, here's your opportunity, Mr. Stearns, if you want to be a little bit more specific than that as to where the partisanship comes in, why you have a right to resent, if you do, being called here, as many, many other people have been called, on much more notice, as a matter of fact, than many other witnesses have had.
Mr. Thompson, on the notice issue, I got a call at approximately noon on Tuesday. I reached Mr. Stearns in his law school class at about 4 o'clock on Tuesday of this week. He was asked to be down there Tuesday evening. Now, we were down here at 9 o'clock Wednesday morning, and, by the new math or the old math, that's less than 24 hours and less than the guidelines set forth in the Senate resolution. We, as a matter of courtesy, got down here and gave you our best recollection of the events we were questioned on.
It's my understanding that a subpoena had been issued at the time the staffers had negotiated with you and agreed to hold. Well, that's correct as a matter of fact, and can be substantiated if it need be. But a subpoena had been issued, and we withheld the subpoena in order for you to bring him in voluntarily to avoid the stigma of his having been subpoenaed.
That's not true. That's completely untrue. That is completely untrue. Mr. Stearns is appearing here today voluntarily. There was never any questioning to his counsel of the subpoena. Are you saying that
I'm not saying there's any question about his voluntarily appearing. No, that's not what I said.
What is the basis of your recollection that we were
I'm saying that
being subpoenaed and you, out of the grace of your office, withheld the subpoena? That's never been said to either Mr. Elliott or myself.
I'm not concerned as to whether or not it had been said. I'm stating as a matter of fact. Although you never disagreed or you never stated that you would not voluntarily come, you stated that all the time. What I'm saying, as a matter of fact, as a matter of what the staff was doing, there was a subpoena that had been issued, but it was not served at your request.
That's not true. It was not served because there was no need to serve, and we never requested that you not subpoena him. Well, we said we would produce Mr. Stern, and there was no necessity of subpoena. You never said anything about withholding a subpoena.
You didn't request that we not subpoena him. You just said it wouldn't be necessary to serve a subpoena. Is that correct?
We said Mr. Stern would be down here. No one ever raised a subpoena with us. And he's here voluntarily, and we resent any implication that he's not here voluntarily. You had to subpoena a great number of people, I take it, and you have not had to subpoena Mr. Stearns.
I'm talking about the difference between Mr. Stern's treatment than anyone else has received. I see none, frankly. I refer to page 2 of your statement. You say we were open and frank with the press and the American people. And I don't wish to equate some of the things that we're talking about now with some of the things you referred to before. Obviously, there can be no equation. I think just as obvious, because there have been major wrongdoings, I would not think that that would be any excuse under any sort of legitimate political philosophy to excuse minor wrongdoings if they are such.
I must object to the use of the term wrongdoing. I'm not sure what wrongdoing that you're alluding to.
Would you say there would be no ethical considerations in organizing or assisting the organizing of the demonstration, such as the one at Century Plaza?
I know of no demonstration that was organized by any McGovern campaign.
That's not what I asked you, Mr. Stearns.
No, I think you were talking about a protected constitutional right.
Of course.
I know of nothing that would suggest that it's wrongdoing. I personally wouldn't do it.
Would you say that there would be ethical considerations involved?
Well, I think in almost any decision anyone makes in their life, there are ethical considerations involved. I'm saying I, as a matter of course, would not do it. I don't see it as a wrongdoing.
If there's no question about the propriety of it, from a right-wrong standpoint, I assume there would be no ethical considerations involved, would there?
You've lost me, whatever you...
I don't think we heard the question, Mr. Thompson. Could you repeat that, please?
Would you say that there would be ethical considerations involved in organizing a demonstration of this sort?
I don't have no demonstration that was organized by the McGovern campaign.
That's not what I asked you, Mr. Stern. We're talking about motivation. We've got direct conflict between your testimony and Mr. Torr's testimony on a material point. Now, your motivations and your attitude toward the matter, as well as your specific recollection, I think is relevant.
No, you don't have a direct material conflict. You have different recollections that Mr. Torr and I have given. I'd like to go back to what I said earlier. This meeting was not the reason that I was in Los Angeles. It was a minor incidental event in a much more important day for me. I was accomplishing a much more important matter. Frankly, I did not remember this meeting, at least since the campaign, until it was mentioned to me by one of the assistant counsels when I first appeared here for a staff interview.
Do you think that if you had a discussion of this matter with regard to the use of McGovern phone banks, you say a few phones, I believe the testimony was 12 to 15 phones. You say for a limited amount of time, I believe the testimony was 2 days. You say that it was shut down. I believe the testimony was it was shut down only because Senator McGovern was coming to town. They needed the phone.
No, this is not my testimony. This is my recollection of a newspaper article I read which gave an account of what happened.
All right. If you had sat through a conversation like that involving a matter which evidently, according to you, would be contrary to at least your policy and your understanding of the policy of the McGovern campaign, and then shortly after that conversation had read about it in the newspapers about the phone banks being used, whether or not you approved of it. Do you think that would be something that you would remember?
To the best of my recollection, I was never in a meeting in which the incident that you're talking about happened.
Would that not be a significant thing with you in the midst of a political campaign?
Well, again, you're talking about a hypothetical situation that
Yes,
happened.
I am.
I don't know if it had happened, or if at least I had recollected it happening, then it might have been a significant thing. But you're talking about an incident which to me is just a pure hypothesis.
Well, you say there's no conflict really between you and Mr. Torr. It's just a matter of recollection. Mr. Torr...
No, I said there was no conflict on a material point, no direct conflict on a material point. I said he recollected one, his recollection was one, saying my recollection was another. I've given you my best recollection. I assume he gave you his best recollection.
Mr. Torr testified yesterday on page 8815 of the transcript. I'm not sure how it first came up. As I said a few minutes ago, the meeting was underway at the time I walked in. The two women were discussing with Rick their attendance at the prior night's organizational meeting, and he, referring to you, as I came in, he turned to me and brought me up to date on what had been discussed up to that point.
I don't believe that I'm here to give you Mr. Torr's recollection.
No, but you are here to respond as to whether or not this is accurate and as to whether or not this would be something you would remember.
I've given you my response. I've given you my best recollection.
That did not occur, to your best recollection.
That's my recollection. That did not occur.
You don't think this would be a matter that would be of significance to you in the midst of a political campaign?
Not if it didn't occur, no.
What if it did occur?
Well, now, you're talking about an incident which I don't think took place and which I don't believe I'm not here to testify about things which, to my best recollection, never happened.
Now, you're here to testify as to what you might consider significant in a political campaign, Mr. Stearns. I thought you had responsibility for the state.
As I've explained earlier, our campaign worked in a peculiar fashion. It was not a well-disciplined campaign with a distinguishable chain of command. Yes, I was responsible. My real responsibility was in the initial organization of the campaign in each state. But a principle of our campaign, which we followed from the very beginning, and I think you could find evidence of the fact it was followed in almost the entire record of the campaign, is that once an organization was in place, the day-to-day authority in that campaign was in the hands of the people who managed it locally. As a measure of how important, my control over that state was, is that when we came, as soon as we encountered a more difficult, or what was thought to be a more difficult problem with the campaign in Pennsylvania, I was sent to Pennsylvania for a month, even though I was still nominally Western Regional Coordinator. My function in any administrative sense with the campaign stopped at the point that a campaign organization was in place. It's the nature of our campaign. We were not a Republican campaign. No, sometimes I wish we had been, and much less confusion.
Did you hear Mr. Torr's testimony yesterday, or did you have a chance to watch it on television?
I heard parts of it yesterday afternoon on a FM radio station, which then interrupted it to go to a program by the Vice President, although I came in very late and only heard the end of that. I tried to watch it last night, but I went to sleep around 11 o'clock and so missed it.
He testified yesterday to the effect that the discontinuing of use of the phone bank was because Senator McGovern came to town, and that they in fact approved it. Of course, as we have stated here and quoted from the testimony, he also stated that you approved it, but that he approved it, that they were used, that after it happened, that he informed Mr. Lou Haas, who was in charge of press relations for that state, told him the full story, that in fact it had been approved beforehand, and that in fact it had stopped because Senator McGovern had come to town and they needed the telephones. And then, of course, we presented a couple of newspaper articles, and I believe perhaps you have one of them there with you, wherein Mr. Haas is quoted and his assistant are both quoted the fact that when they found out about it, they concluded it must be some self-starting individual who did this, and that as soon as it was discovered, that it was immediately stopped. Now, assuming that Mr. Torr's testimony is correct with regard to his approving it anyway, And assuming that Mr. Torrey's testimony is correct with regard to what he told Mr. Haas about the facts, would you call the McGovern response to the press with regard to this matter open and frank with the press and the American people?
I'm sorry. My recollection is that I left, I think, to return to Washington that very afternoon. I was not there when any of these discussions took place presumably between Mr. Torr and Mr. Haas or anyone else.
With regard, I'm not sure I understand the significance of the slander that you said had been levied against you. Is that with regard to the letter concerning your position on the Arab-Israeli controversy?
Yes. At the October 3rd meeting, I read into the transcript a number of examples of the character of this campaign, including the initial letter, the initial statement I signed in 1967 that was a controversy, and then some examples of how this issue had been used against me during the campaign in 1972. I should...
These were marked as exhibits starting at page 67 of the executive session transcript and should be part of your record for that.
Yes, I believe I have them here before me.
Exhibits 1 through 9.
How was this used unfairly?
Well, let me give an example. The way it was used unfairly was to take views that first I did not hold. They were views that I had made clear publicly on any number of occasions. I introduced several of those occasions into the transcript of this committee, including a letter which appeared in the Near East Report on July 26, 1972, where I dealt with the charges that had been made against me in terms of my views on the Middle East. I explained what my current position was on the Middle East. My views were widely publicized, particularly in the Jewish press in this country. I introduced an article from the Jewish Standard on August 4th, 1972, where I stated some of the reasons why I had changed my opinions on the Middle East in the intervening 5 years since signing the ad in 1967. At the same time, first I learned, well, then to give some of the examples of how it was used against me. First I learned from an inquiry from a member of the press that Mr. Shumway was spreading the notion that I had been a guerrilla leader for al-Fatah, which is a ridiculous assertion on its face, but nonetheless a dangerous one, the kind of assertion that inspired a great deal of hate mail directed at me personally during the campaign. Then I learned from Mr. Jack Anderson's column on August 24th, 1972, that GOP field workers have started a whispering campaign against George McGovern's Western Regional Chief, Rick Stearns, who is being labeled anti-Israeli because of a 5-year-old ad he signed as a student. The ad was construed to be pro-Arab, but Stearns has now fully endorsed McGovern's pro-Israeli policy. And Democratic aides call the whisper campaign against Stearns a blatant smear. Then I introduced an ad which had been published by the Democrats for Nixon, which I think is a reprehensible and scurrilous piece of literature. This ad first attempts to associate me with Mr. M. Mehdi, who is apparently the representative of Palestine terrorist organizations in the United States. Due to Munich, his picture is irrelevant. Underneath is Rick Stearns. He coordinates the McGovern campaign in the West. He wants you to vote for McGovern, his employer. Goes on to make a similar insinuation about Mr. Gary Hart, McGovern's campaign manager, on the basis of a wholly fictitious, to the best of my knowledge, a wholly fictitious article which appeared in the George Washington University student newspaper. Now, this is a kind of slander and smear that I'm talking about. One of the reasons that my role in California was diminished as it was is that I was spending so much time answering this kind of smear and this kind of charge that I would have been a political liability for our campaign in the Los Angeles area if I had ever tried to assert any administrative authority there. This was a blatant, reprehensible smear which has caused great damage to my reputation, and I resented it.
Before we get to who's responsible for the smear, let's make sure we understand exactly what the smear is. As I understand in the letter, which they keep referring to, in an open letter to President Johnson by Middle East specialists, which you signed as International Affairs Vice President, United States National Student Association. It's about a page and a half letter.
is that I left, I think, to return to Washington that very afternoon. I was not there when any of these discussions took place presumably between Mr. Torr and Mr. Haas or anyone else.
With regard, I'm not sure I understand the significance of the slander that you said had been levied against you. Is that with regard to the letter concerning your position on the Arab-Israeli controversy?
Yes. At the October 3rd meeting, I read into the transcript a number of examples of the character of this campaign, including the initial statement I signed in 1967 that was at controversy, and then some examples of how this issue had been used against me during the campaign in 1972. I should...
These were marked as exhibits starting at page 67 of the executive session transcript and should be part of your record for that.
Yes, I believe I have them here before me.
Exhibits 1 through 9.
How was this used unfairly?
Well, let me give an example. The way it was used unfairly was to take views that, first, I did not hold. They were views that I had made clear publicly on any number of occasions. I introduced several of those occasions into the transcript of this committee, including a letter which appeared in the Near East Report on July 26, 1972, where I dealt with the charges that had been made against me in terms of my views on the Middle East. I explained what my current position was on the Middle East. My views were widely publicized, particularly in the Jewish press in this country. I introduced an article from the Jewish Standard on August 4th, 1972, where I stated some of the reasons why I had changed my opinions on the Middle East in the intervening 5 years since signing the ad in 1967. At the same time, first I learned, well, then to give some of the examples of how it was used against me. First I learned from an inquiry from a member of the press that Mr. Shumway was spreading the notion that I had been a guerrilla leader for al-Fatah, which is a ridiculous assertion on its face, but nonetheless a dangerous one, and the kind of assertion that inspired a great deal of hate mail directed at me personally during the campaign. Then I learned from Mr. Jack Anderson's column on August 24th, 1972, that GOP field workers have started a whispering campaign against George McGovern's Western Regional Chief, Rick Stearns, who was being labeled anti-Israeli because of a 5-year-old ad he signed as a student. The ad was construed to be pro-Arab, but Stearns has now fully endorsed McGovern's pro-Israeli policy. And Democratic aides call the whisper campaign against Stearns a blatant smear. Then I introduced an ad which had been published by the Democrats for Nixon, which I think is a reprehensible and scurrilous piece of literature. This ad first attempts to associate me with Mr. M. Mehdi, who is apparently the representative of Palestine terrorist organizations in the United States. Due to Munich, his picture is irrelevant. Underneath is Rick Stearns. He coordinates the McGovern campaign in the West. He wants you to vote for McGovern, his employer. Goes on to make a similar insinuation about Mr. Gary Hart, McGovern's campaign manager, on the basis of a wholly fictitious, to the best of my knowledge, a wholly fictitious article which appeared in the George Washington University student newspaper. Now, this is a kind of slander and smear that I'm talking about. One of the reasons that my role in California was diminished as it was is that I was spending so much time answering this kind of smear and this kind of charge that I would have been a political liability for our campaign in the Los Angeles area if I had ever tried to assert any administrative authority there. This was a blatant, reprehensible smear which has caused great damage to my reputation, and I resented it.
Before we get to who's responsible for the smear, let's make sure we understand exactly what the smear is. As I understand in the letter, which they keep referring to, in an open letter to President Johnson by Middle East specialists, which you signed as International Affairs Vice President, United States National Student Association. It's about a page-and-a-half letter, and I don't wish to try to paraphrase it for you. You can do that if you would, but basically I imagine the major point is that take a position that Israelis should return the land that they had gotten in the recent war. Would that be the most specific?
No, I would paraphrase it differently. I would say that that is one of the elements of the ad. It respectfully urges the president to deal with what at the time. Now, you must remember when we signed this ad. I signed it in my capacity as Vice President of the National Student Association. This was our policy at the time. It was the official policy, and I was the International Vice President, therefore the relevant officer to make the signature.
Well, did you personally...
Well, let me finish characterizing the ad.
Pardon me. On that point, I might ask, though, did you personally also believe in the statement?
Yes, as I said at the time, this ad reflected the views I held in 1967, but I never equivocated on the fact that they weren't my views. I'm saying that I came to sign the ad in an official capacity with the National Student Association. It suggested first that there be military withdrawal and that one return to essentially the borders prior, or the status quo prior to the 1967 conflict. The ad condemned, or said that it could not condone Arab provocation, said that there had to be a just and lasting resolution of the refugee problem. It said that the United States should, in terms of President Eisenhower's warning of February 20th, 1957, insist on the territorial integrity of every state in the Middle East. It proposed that negotiations undertake questions relating to recognition, maritime rights, borders, refugees, and water distribution. And the major premise of the ad was that what we feared at the time was the fear that the Soviets had been given an opportunity for intervention in the area, which in fact turned out to be a very accurate prediction. I might say that the United States government essentially adopted and supported this policy when it voted for UN Security Council Resolution 242 in November of 1967. That was the position we had then, and as best I know, is still the position the United States government holds today. Now, I said that there were two things that motivated me to change my views. I think at the time, if I were to characterize my views, I would say they tended to be somewhat more sympathetic to the Arabs than certainly the average American or American politician tends to be. So there were two things that impelled me to revise my views. One was Soviet intervention, and the second was the Arab campaign of terrorism. I do not approve of terrorism. I do not approve of violence, and I certainly did not approve of the acts that occurred between the war and I suppose are occurring now at the present time. So consequently, again, my views were no secret. As I said in my letter to the Near East Report, with regard to my present views, I support the Middle Eastern plank enunciated in the platform of the Democratic Party. In fact, I managed the floor adoption by voice vote of the stronger language contained in the amendment proposed by Senator Jackson. I also support Senator McGovern's position on the Middle East and Israel and have defended it publicly on a number of occasions during the course of the campaign. There is, as I am sure you are aware, a tendency in the peace movement to assimilate the American posture towards Vietnam and its attendant difficulties with our stance towards Israel. One of the most positive contributions Senator McGovern and his campaign has made to a discussion of Middle Eastern affairs is an effective defense of the distinction between the two cases. In closing, I might add a personal note. I regret that any statement I may have made 5 years ago has been injected into this campaign as an issue. I doubt that many people can honestly and accurately recreate their opinions after a lapse of time, or would necessarily want them inscribed forever as a final statement. Our past can not always be made to conform with our perceptions of the present.
So the original letter to President Johnson was interpreted at the time as being a pro-Arab letter.
Yes, certainly in this advertisement. It's worse than that. It's Democrats for Nixon characterizes it as anti-Israel.
Well, would you say that it is not anti-Israel?
No, I'd say it's not anti-Israel. Are you saying that the United States government policy is anti-Israel? I don't see that this says anything other than what the U.S.
Well, I'm asking you, Mr. Stern. You said it was pro-Arab, but it's not.
I said I would characterize my sympathies as more pro-Arab than the average Americans are, certainly the average American politicians. I'm saying this ad is not pro-Arab. This ad is essentially the United States government's policy then and today.
All right. In what ways were your views, as you held them then, before you changed your mind, in what way were those views misrepresented? The fact that they were referred to as anti-Israel? Is that the misrepresentation that...
That is a misrepresentation. Certainly an association attempting to associate me with a Palestine or a representative of Palestine terrorists, especially when you remember that this occurs in the context of a horrible massacre at the Olympic Games at Munich, when you have the publicist for the Republican...
Pardon me, where is that referred to in the ad?
Right, it says at the top, this is M.T. Mehdi. Due to Munich, his picture is irrelevant. He heads the Arab propaganda machine in the United States. He says, our second choice after Shirley Chisholm would be McGovern. He offers the best hope after Chisholm of making the correct decisions on Palestine. To this day, in large type, Mehdi still endorses McGovern. This is Rick Stearns. He coordinates the McGovern campaign in the West. I mean, if that's not an association, what is?
Go ahead and read the rest of it.
At the time of the Six-Day War, he was a signer of anti-Israel ads in the Washington Post and New York Times. Well, that is certainly not true. There was no ad in the New York Times at the time of the Six-Day War. Sponsored by anti-Israel elements in the U.S. He wants you to vote for McGovern, his employer. A, I don't characterize that ad as anti-Israel. B, I don't think it was sponsored by anti-Israel elements in the U.S. I certainly did not consider myself an anti-Israel element, or did I consider the United States National Student Association an anti-Israel element?
Then it goes on to, then it says, this is Hubert Humphrey. And it quotes Hubert Humphrey saying Senator McGovern was wrong on Israel, Senator McGovern has been wrong on labor law, and 3 other great issues in California.
Yes, I'd be curious to know what the 3 great issues here in California were.
This is Jimmy Roosevelt, and he quotes Jimmy Roosevelt, quotes Gary Hart, and a picture of President Nixon and Golda Meir at the bottom. This, you mentioned, I believe, Mr. Van Shumway and the committee to re-elect the president. This first came about in the California primary, did it not, Mr. Stearns?
I believe that it did. I introduced an advertisement, I'm sorry, not an advertisement, a news article which appeared in the Los Angeles Times on June 16th, 1972, suggested that this is one of the issues that had been raised in Los Angeles.
It says here, and in the copy I have, I don't have a date. By Bill Boyarsky, would that be the one?
Yes, it's by Bill Boyarsky.
It says here, quotes Frank Mankiewicz, who heads the McGovern campaign, said he understands that reprints of the advertisement had been circulated in California during McGovern's successful primary fight against Senator Hubert H. Humphrey.
I'm sorry, where are you reading? Could you?
I'm reading from the top of the second column, first paragraph.
Yes, all right.
That Humphrey is charged that McGovern a dove on Vietnam would also be dovish in dealing with Israeli attacks against defense against Arab attacks. In the last days before the California primary, the Humphrey campaign blitzed Jewish neighborhoods with literature containing such charges. Do you know whether or not any of this type of literature concerning you?
I don't. I was, as I explained earlier, I was working in the non-primary states at the time. California held a primary. The only time I was in California at that period was on the night of the victory party in Los Angeles, I think on June 6th. I don't think that, I don't see that this article says that Senator Humphrey's campaign, if they were circulating this kind of material, were circulating any material that related to me. I mean, now it's hard to tell what literature any of us circulated.
Do you know whether or not, any such literature pertaining to you was circulated in California?
I don't. Mr. Boyarsky says that it is an issue in California. But as I said, I'm not sure that we know what material was being circulated in our name in any place.
Or by whom?
Well, it could just as easily have been in, I mean, I understand the committee has heard evidence of material circulated in the names of various Democratic candidates, which they did not, in fact, authorize, print, or distribute.
So what you're, in effect, saying is you don't know the source of it?
In California, no.
All right. In the Near East report, McGovern Shriver 72 says, what is this Near East report, by the way? What's
the Near East report is I would characterize as an influential, generally regarded as very objective publication, which is closely aligned with the Zionist movement in the United States. Be my best characterization. I don't know a great deal about it. I know I have great admiration for Mr. Kinnan, who edits it, and who I discussed this issue with during the summer of 1972.
The opening paragraph says, Richard G. Stearns, 27-year-old Rhodes Scholar who holds a key post in the McGovern campaign, has come under fire because his name appeared on pro-Arab advertisements after the Six-Day War. He has been criticized in columns by Joseph Alsop, John Roach, and an anti-McGovern memorandum circulated by the AFL-CIO. Were you aware of this memorandum circulated by the AFL-CIO?
No, I was not.
You know where it was circulated?
No, not if I wasn't aware of it. Let me say, just by contrast, I mean, you can find the same kind of material about anybody in politics. Now, here is Jack Anderson reports on November 10th, 1971, that the Committee to Re-elect the President has employed a gentleman as the head of the Slovak American Division of the Republican National Committee and as an advisor to the Small Business Administration, a gentleman who was a prominent pro-Nazi propagandist in Slovakia during World War II. Now, this column appears under the headline, "Nixon appears a little soft on Nazis." Now, I think this is just as reprehensible an association as the kind that was made against me. This is not the kind of material we would have ever considered using in our campaign.
Stearns, I have a few other questions, but I've taken too much time already, and I'll pass it this time.
In a moment, it will be Senator Inouye's turn to question Rick Stearns. Right now, we're going to pause. Public television coverage of the Senate hearings will continue after station identification.
Unabridged coverage of the hearings is being broadcast as a public service by your local public television station. This is PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPACT continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, NPACT correspondent Jim Lehrer.
As we go back to the hearings, the witness is Rick Stearns, the Western Regional Coordinator for George McGovern's campaign.
Thank you very much. Mr. Stearns,
Yes, sir.
as Chief of the Research Division of the McGovern Campaign Committee and as Western States Coordinator of the McGovern Campaign Committee, as any officer of any authority or responsibility, did you ever openly or covertly advocate, support, authorize, or direct violent demonstrations?
No, sir.
Did you, in those capacities which I just listed, authorize, advocate, support, or direct the printing or publication or displaying of obscene or vulgar placards?
No, sir.
In those capacities, were you ever aware of any other person in similar authority advocate, support, direct, finance violent demonstrations or the printing, publication,
no, sir,
or display of vulgar,
no, sir,
obscene material?
No.
Thank you very much, sir. That's all.
Thank you. Mr. Stern, I don't want to prolong the line of inquiry that you've already dealt with at some length, particularly with reference to your opening statement. But I would like to elaborate one point to make sure I have it clearly fixed in my mind. I detect a resentment on your part that you've been called and that you interpret your being called as a witness as in some way an effort to besmirch the good name of Democrats by trying to elicit from you testimony of matters that are relatively inconsequential in your view when related against the rather spectacular allegations made in other testimony. I say that not because I ask you to agree with it, but because I want you to know how I react to the totality of your statement. I'm going to stop at that point and ask you to correct it, to agree with it, or to elaborate on it as you see fit.
Yes, I think the only elaboration I would make is I think it also casts aspersions on a man who is my principal inspiration for being in politics. He's one of the finest men I ever worked for, who ran a campaign that I think any man would be proud of. Yes, I do. I think it would be fair to say that I feel some resentment.
At being called at all?
Yes. Oh, well, not necessarily. I mean, I don't, obviously, I am here. I am, at least I think I'm a law student. I've spent more time on this in the last month than I really have on the law. But I would say my resentment is not at appearing before the committee, because I think the committee has, as I said in my statement, a legitimate purpose, and at its best is politics is at its best. But I do resent the thrust of questions which do cast aspersions, first on my party, which I think are unfair and wrong, and secondly on a man whom I admire very much.
I wonder if you could substitute yourself into my position. And if you'd think back on the idea of seeing questions and interrogation and witnesses and queries put to Republicans day after day and week after week after week with my full participation and that of my staff to elicit all of the facts and circumstances, whether they turned out to be favorable or unfavorable, would you counsel and advise me to resent them being called?
Senator, I mean, there are times that I would like to be in your position, but I mean, I can't, you are doing your job. Because I would counsel you to do the job that you thought was right, that you thought was your duty as a senator of the United States. But because I would counsel you to do that doesn't mean that I still don't have the privilege as a private citizen of feeling resentment at what I think are questions that at least tend to cast aspersion on my party and my candidate.
I think you've screamed before you're stuck. I might point out, Mr. Stern, that there hadn't been a single witness called by the minority staff. Not yet. That there has been a high degree of cooperation between the majority staff and the minority staff. That we are trying our dead-level best to follow the mandate of SRS 60, which is to inquire into the possibility of illegal, improper, or unethical activities. And I really caution you not to feel resentful of it, that questions are put, because we're going to look into it. We're going to look into it whether it's Republicans or Democrats, and we're going to let the chips fall where they may. So let's get on about the business of understanding that the public requires us to inquire into general campaign activities. And questions are going to be put to you and to other witnesses that you might prefer not to be put. But I really urge you not to resent it, and I do detect that note of resentment in your voice, in your statement.
Senator, I would never obstruct the work of the committee. I'm here appearing voluntarily, but I think my own feelings are my own matter and my own right to express.
Thank you, sir. Senator Montoya.
Thank you, Senator Baker. At the very outset, prior to my questioning, I would like to read for the record and then submit the same for the record after identification the following letter. It's addressed to me from Senator McGovern, October 10, 1973. Dear Senator Montoya, I have examined the picture of Michael McMinoway brought to my office by a member of the staff of the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. I do not recognize either his appearance or his name. No one resembling this picture was in my room in the Doral during the evening when the California Challenge was being considered at the convention or, as far as I know, at any other time. Since there was a Secret Service agent stationed immediately outside the door of my suite whenever I was there, and since even close members of my staff were cleared to enter only when I wanted to see them, the sort of access he claims would have been impossible. With best regards, I am sincerely yours, George M. McGovern, and it is submitted under oath, and I would like to submit this letter after it's properly identified for the record.
I take it that, Senator Montoya, you identify the letter as the recipient of the letter, and if there's no objection, the letter will be received and appropriately identified and marked and made part of the record. Counsel points out that it qualifies on a second ground. It would be fully admissible simply at the request of our colleague, Senator McGovern, but that it qualifies under the rules of the committee, I believe Rule 6, which permit the 26, which permit the submission of sworn statements bearing on the testimony of previous witnesses. So on both grounds, it's received in evidence by the committee as a part of the official record.
Ms. Stearns, were you aware that any McGovern personnel were used for the so-called peaceful demonstration in Los Angeles against President Nixon?
No, sir, I was not aware, and I don't think anyone has suggested that any McGovern personnel were used in preparation. I also don't think it was a so-called peaceful demonstration. I think it was a very peaceful demonstration from everything I've been able to determine from the press reports.
It was a peaceful demonstration?
Well, I would refer to the Los Angeles Times account where they refer to the testimony, or in fact a quotation, from Police Lieutenant Kenneth Hickman, and I quote, acting as liaison officer between his departments and the demonstrators, praised organizers of the demonstration for their cooperation. Quote, they coordinated well with our department, he said, and they kept moving. They obeyed their own monitors and police directions. The people who organized this were really interested in keeping it orderly. And as I said earlier, the Los Angeles Times, which certainly cannot be characterized as a McGovern rag, wrote an editorial entitled The Demonstration of Maturity, which concluded with the statement, welcome civility, congratulating both demonstrators and police for the way the demonstration was handled.
I think there is a general understanding on the basis of the testimony that the demonstration was peaceful.
Yes, sir.
And did you know anything about the leaflets that were distributed and circulated inviting people to join in the demonstration?
No, sir, I did not.
All right. Now, I think it's worthwhile to place the entire matter in proper perspective as to what transpired prior to the demonstration. And I think Mr. Torres' testimony is very relevant at this point in view of the what has happened this morning in the questioning and the answering by you. And I will quote now from page 8806 of the transcript. Mr. Hamilton, do you know if any McGovern staff workers made any calls to solicit demonstrators? Mr. Tower, no, they did not. we were interested in the McGovern staff workers to concentrate on our voter registration drive, and for that reason, I do not want them to participate in this effort. Mr. Hamilton, what lists were used to make the phone calls? Mr. Tower, lists that were compiled by the people sponsoring the demonstration. I believe on their lists they had names of persons who had in the past attended various activities sponsored by one or another of the groups that made up the coalition. And then the testimony goes on further to indicate that about the only part that leaflets had in this and attributable to the McGovern headquarters was the fact that some of these leaflets were placed in front of storefronts that were being used by the McGovern campaign, and they were merely pasted on the windows, and approximately only half of the storefronts were utilized for this purpose. Now, are you aware of these facts?
No, sir, other than what you have read to me today. As I said earlier, I left, I think on that same afternoon, I left to return to Washington, and we could not have monitored or been aware of any of the preparations for the demonstration.
Now, there were some telephone calls made, but they were made apparently by people who were not associated with McGovern. They were the people handling the peaceful demonstration.
That appears to be Mr. Torr's testimony, yes, sir.
All right, now, there's been quite an attempt here made this morning to equate A with B and so forth. Now, do you know of any tricks that were engaged in by the McGovern forces against the Republicans in the last campaign?
No, sir, I do not.
Do you know of any false advertising that was engaged in by the McGovern forces against the Republicans in the last campaign?
No, sir, I do not.
Do you know whether there was any distribution of misleading literature on the part of the McGovern forces?
No, sir.
I'm citing the instances testified to by Doug Kelly, who was one of the masters in that kind of a campaign for the Republican National Committee.
I'm sorry, sir, I'm not familiar with this.
All right, now, are you aware of any fake invitations that were sent by McGovern forces trying to confuse people?
No, sir.
Such as luncheon invitations to Nixon headquarters and so forth?
No, sir.
Are you aware of any fake press releases that were delivered to the press in behalf of the opposition?
No, sir.
Are you aware of any false letters being circulated in the campaign by the McGovern forces?
No, sir.
Are you aware of any stink bombs in any of the Nixon picnics or barbecues or meetings?
No, sir.
Are you aware of any other disruptions of any Nixon meetings sponsored by any of the McGovern forces?
No, sir.
Are you aware of any infiltration of Nixon fundraising dinners or Republican fundraising dinners on the part of the McGovern forces?
No, sir.
Are you aware of any sabotage activity in the Republican National Convention that might have been sponsored by the McGovern forces?
No, sir, I'm not.
So, as far as you know, the McGovern forces conducted as clean a campaign as is possible?
Yes, sir, I think that's a fair characterization.
That's all.
Senator Gurney.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I wasn't going to ask any questions at all, but I will ask one. Before I do, though, I'd like to make an observation. I have the same feeling as the acting chairman, Senator Baker, Mr. Stearns, that there is a charge here that you were brought for a partisan purpose, and I'd like to point out that your first interview and your being called here today was a decision made by the Democrat Council. The Republicans had nothing to do with it at all. You are one of their witnesses, not one of our witnesses. As the chairman has pointed out, we have yet to produce a single witness before this committee. We haven't put on our case yet. When we do, I hope and
I'm sure we will put on witnesses that do have material facts to contribute something to this affair. And my pointing that out either is no criticism for bringing the witness at all, because I understand, it's my understanding you were brought for this specific purpose, because there is a conflict in testimony and with another witness. Isn't that right, Mr. Dash?
Yeah, Senator Gurney, I just want to confirm that the witness is being brought by the committee, and I think that we ought to really make clear for the record that there really isn't a minority witness or a majority witness, and frankly, as chief counsel for the full committee, we have produced this witness, and he has been and discussed this with Mr. Thompson, minority counsel. This is a committee witness, and our staff has the full staff has been supportive of producing the witness, and we could not, by the way, know whether or not we were going to call Mr. Stearns until we heard Mr. Torres' testimony.
I understand.
Actually, it was on that basis, because of the question of discrepancy, that it became necessary to produce the witness, in fairness, by the way, to Mr. Stearns.
And I do understand, too, and I'm glad you brought this point out, that Republican counsel does confer, or you confer with a Republican counsel on witnesses being brought. I simply pointed out the initiation of the interview, as well as the decision on bringing the witness really is not ours. That's all, to straighten out this business of any partisan business here.
You would yield just for one moment on that point. I really think, in searching my own reaction to the witness's testimony, that I was disturbed, as I guess I recall, that this is the first witness, and I don't know how many witnesses we've had, but the first witness that's laid the allegation against the committee that he was called for political reasons. And I must confess I did not react favorably to that. I believe all of the witnesses have been called in full concurrence of majority and minority counsel, and they've all appeared as committee witnesses, and I fully expect we will continue that practice, to call witnesses only as committee witnesses as time goes by. So, for my part, I'd like to underscore Senator Gurney's statement that we are calling no witness for an overt political purpose, but only for a fact-finding mission, and with a high degree of cooperation between the very excellent majority staff and the minority staff.
Well, that certainly is true. I do have one question. A short time ago, Mr. Shumway called a member of the staff and said that he has never heard of you, he's had no dealings with you, and he didn't put out any statement such as you have indicated here. Would you elaborate on your charge, your testimony, that Mr. Shumway put out a statement about you?
Yes, I did not say he put out a statement. I said that he had been spreading a rumor among the press. This came to my attention when a member of the press called me, in this case a foreign correspondent from a German newspaper whose name I don't remember, who asked me, as a feature story for his news service in Germany, if I would contribute some details and vignettes from my experience as a guerrilla leader presumably in the Golan Heights or somewhere. When I picked myself up off the floor, I asked him where he had ever got the idea that I had had any experience as a guerrilla leader anywhere. And he said that he had been told that by Mr. Shumway at the Creek. Naturally, I was furious. I then went to a gentleman who was a close personal friend of mine, who I consider one of the most honorable men I've known in politics, Mr. Patrick Buchanan, related this incident to him and asked if he would tell Mr. Shumway that I thought this went beyond the bounds of any propriety. And I presume that's what Mr. Buchanan did, because no similar rumors came to me again.
What was the name of the reporter who...
I said I don't recall. He was from a foreign correspondent with a German name from a foreign paper. I don't...
What's the paper he represents?
He said that I'm sorry, I don't recall. This was back in 1972.
Well, that's not so long ago. It's last year. At what date did you talk to him, or did he talk to you?
I would guess this must have been sometime around mid-July.
And where?
He called me at my office in Washington, in the McGovern office.
You didn't meet with him in person? He called you on the phone, is that it?
Called me on the telephone, yes.
Well, I must say, Mr. Stearns, the great big thing you've made of this, I don't understand why you don't remember his name, the paper he writes for, anything about him. If it made that big an impression and upset you so much, it seems to me you might have better recollection.
Let me explain why this made such a big impression. It's not just this incident that made the impression. The fact was, I was under heavy attack because of an alleged position I had on the Middle East. This was only the culmination. At that point in the campaign, I was receiving daily abusive letters, abusive telephone calls. My own position in the campaign was jeopardized. I'm convinced, in fact, I'm sure, as Mr. Evans and Novak, in two of the articles I introduced, suggested, the issue of my continuing in the campaign was brought to bear by this. And this was just another incident in what looked to me, and I'm convinced was a calculated campaign to smear me.
Well, but I must say, Mr. Stearns, I can understand why you'd be upset, but don't you think that Mr. Shumway might be upset, too? He's already called. They're very angry, saying that he never heard of you, he never had any dealings with you, he never issued any such statement, and the best thing you can do here for us is one of these sources. Sometimes I think the Source family is the biggest family in the United States, bigger than Smith or Jones. When anybody wants to make an accusation against somebody, it's always Mr. Source, and you've done it against Mr. Shumway. Now, I suggest you find out the name of this German reporter, the paper he works for, and give it to the committee, and we'll run this down.
I will do my best.
Find out who is telling the truth.
Because
that's what I'd like to know, and that's the purpose of the committee. I don't have any other questions.
Senator Weicker.
Well, along that line, I think it might be helpful, Mr. Chairman, if we also communicate with Mr. Buchanan, who I gather could corroborate or not corroborate the story which Mr. Stearns has told the committee. So I would suggest that the committee contact Mr. Buchanan and ask whether or not he recollects such an occurrence, and this might assist in ascertaining the truth.
If the Senator will yield, if there's no objection on the part of the committee, I'll request committee staff to make a full inquiry into all the circumstances attendant on this incident and report to the committee as soon as possible.
Could I ask that inquiry be a little bit...
That would be excellent, Mr. Chairman.
Fine, although I would say I would like to know, I wouldn't mind seeing an inquiry into the full scope of this campaign that was run against me. Although I appreciate the opportunity the committee has given for me to clarify now in a public forum what my own views on the Middle East were and what the circumstances led to this campaign and the campaign in 1972 were.
I take it, Mr. Stern, you'd be willing to cooperate with the committee counsel in trying to gather all the facts about this circumstance,
yes,
including an effort to identify the source, our efforts to coordinate or to compare this testimony to Mr. Buchanan's recollection and Mr. Shumway's as well.
Senator, we respectfully made that suggestion in executive committee and would appreciate working with you to clean that situation up. I think Mr. Justice Frankfurter made a very astute observation when he said that we cannot deny as judges what we know as men. You gentlemen are a very sophisticated group of national political figures, and I believe that there's not one of you seated there or anyone in this room who would believe that the use of code words or ethnic vilifications or anything else can elevate the political dialogue at all. And I think that this is a very vicious situation which we should attempt to get to the bottom of.
Thank you, Senator Weicker.
I don't really have, Mr. Chairman, any specific questions of the witness, but I must express a questioning attitude toward both the majority and the minority counsel on this matter of the Century Plaza incident and exactly how it relates to the mandate of this committee. And I mean by that it's been established, I think, both by the testimony of witnesses and also more specifically by the testimony of Officer Hickman, that the demonstration was peaceful. Now the conflict in testimony argument is raised as to who did what relative to McGovern's people in California and the actual demonstrators in organizing the demonstration. And the difficulty that I have with that thrust, or the thrust of such questioning, whether it's from the majority or the minority, is that once it's been established that the demonstration was peaceful, it seems to me that we're getting into an area of the right of every American. It doesn't, I would hope that we are not purporting that such activity is either illegal, improper, or unethical. And yet at times the questioning, as I say, from both sides has seemed to intimate that that aspect of the Century Plaza situation, which related to the organizing of a demonstration, was either illegal, improper, or unethical. I recall a passage, and I brought it with me today, because this rather bothered me during even yesterday's questioning, from Mark Twain, Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court, which I thought was particularly applicable in this situation, and something I think all of us might remember. He says in that book, he said, "You see, my kind of loyalty was loyalty to one's country, not to its institutions or its office holders. The country is the real thing, the substantial thing, the eternal thing. It is the thing to watch over and care for and be loyal to. Institutions are extraneous. They are its mere clothing, and clothing can wear out, become ragged, cease to be comfortable, cease to protect the body from winter, disease, and death. To be loyal to rags, to shout for rags, to worship rags, to die for rags, that is a loyalty of unreason. It is pure animal. It belongs to monarchy, was invented by monarchy, let monarchy keep it. I was from Connecticut, whose Constitution declares, quote, that all political power is inherent in the people, and all free governments are founded on their authority and instituted for their benefit, and that they may have at all times an undeniable and indefeasible right to alter their form of government in such manner as they may think expedient, end of quote. Under that gospel, the citizen who thinks he sees that the Commonwealth's political clothes are worn out and yet holds his peace and does not agitate for a new suit is disloyal. He is a traitor. That he may be the only one who thinks he sees this decay does not excuse him. It is his duty to agitate anyway, and it is the duty of the others to vote him down if they do not see the matter as he does. Now, I don't think anything can explain better the basis for our right as Americans to agitate, to assemble peacefully for the bringing about of change. And I just want to make it clear that once we have established the fact that the demonstration at the Century Plaza was peaceful, and I think this has been well established by a variety of witnesses, and certainly principally the Los Angeles Police Department, then for us to pursue a line of inquiry, whether on the majority or the minority staff, as to how persons got together, whether in the form of a McGovern campaign or as individuals or what have, to my way of thinking, has no relevance to the mandate of this committee. And in fact, embarks us on a very dangerous course of conduct. And I just wanted to get that out while I had the opportunity.
Senator Weicker and Mr. Chairman, I think it's important to put on the record the relevance of producing the witnesses yesterday and today. I think the record is clear that when Mr. Haldeman testified and some other witnesses testified, this particular incident was referred to, and was referred to as a violent demonstration, and that the committee was invited by Mr. Haldeman and some other witnesses to investigate that. And I think as the record stood at that time, all that the public knew and all the record showed is that the Century Plaza demonstration was a very violent demonstration that prevented President Nixon from being able to exercise his First Amendment rights to speak and to present himself as the President of the United
Counselor,
States.
I don't, I repeat, that fact having been established, there's no disagreement, and that is good.
We had to do it publicly.
That is good evidence in relation to previous testimony. What I am afraid I have to question is a line of questioning which involves itself not with the peacefulness of the demonstration, not with that at all, but rather as to whether individuals could consult and get together and form a part of that demonstration. I don't think that aspect of what happened, I don't think is a proper line of inquiry for this committee.
I think that, I'm sorry, are you through, Senator Weicker?
Yes, I'm through, Mr. Speaker.
I think that I might note just for the record, I have no disagreement with my colleague or with counsel. I have some difference of recollection about the characterization of the rally, but the record itself will speak for that, and we needn't press it further. I think the testimony has been useful. Are there other questions, Mr. Lenzner?
Senator, I just wanted to add also that we felt that after we did investigate out in California this incident, that in view of the fact that we did confirm that some campaign resources had been used, we felt the committee might want to review that in terms of whether that was appropriate for a campaign under our mandate to use resources, even though it was a peaceful demonstration, to participate in any kind of demonstration. And whether that comes within the legislative purposes of this committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lenzner.
Ask one other question. Mr. Stearns, I asked prior, based on Mr. Torr's recollection and Mrs. McKenzie, that you were present during that conversation. We did discuss on yesterday and I think on October 3rd, had you been there, or had you recollect that you had been there, as they do recollect, what your reaction would have been in terms of making recommendations to that group of people of what resources the headquarters could supply to the demonstration. And
Mr. Lenzner, I really question whether this is a proper question. I mean,
well, you've answered it to us on prior occasions, and I wonder why you don't want to answer it today.
I am in a public session. I don't feel that I am here to speculate on things that didn't happen.
Well,
that's my recollection didn't happen.
Can you make any recommendation to this committee in terms of legislation as to whether legislation ought to be enacted on the issue of the use of resources by a political campaign to aid a demonstration, peaceful or non-peaceful?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, substantial constitutional questions with any type of legislation along those lines.
Just one moment. I don't mean to press the witness nor to disagree unnecessarily with counsel, but I suggest, unless there is disagreement by my colleagues, that a hypothetical question based on facts in the record to underlie the opinion of a witness as to the desirability or undesirability of the enactment of legislation by Congress is an appropriate question.
Thank you.
Sir, the only problem with it, respectfully, is that he's being asked for a legal conclusion. There are substantial constitutional problems with that type of legislation. In that context, he is certainly free to answer your question, but I just wanted to make sure that that's the context within which we're answering.
It's the witness's decision to make whether he answers the question or not, but the chair rules that the question is admissible.
Thank you, Senator.
Yeah, I certainly don't. I mean, if I answer, I want to make clear that I'm answering on a completely hypothetical basis about events which I do not recollect occurring. I was in full agreement with the policy of the campaign. It was a policy that the senator had made very clear. To the best of my knowledge, everyone in a responsible position in the campaign made clear. In fact, made so clear we assumed that everybody in the campaign knew that that was our policy. That we, even in the most elementary in the sense of political tactics, it could not have been in our interest to run the risk of being associated with any violent demonstration. Now, in terms of a legislative recommendation, I've only begun a legal education, but I agree with my counsel that I think that you are skirting an area where there are serious constitutional issues that should be raised. Now, by your question, were you asking me generally what I thought legislative recommendations ought to be?
Well, yes, particularly in view of the fact that you said that the policy was well understood. Despite the fact that it was well understood, there was at least a de minimis application of resources by the campaign for a peaceful demonstration. I'm asking now, is that, in your opinion, an area that this committee ought to review for possible legislation, or for some other suggestion?
I think you should review it with the constitutional inhibitions in mind, but the warning that I would make is that you're very close now to talking about legislating people's attitudes and conduct. I don't think decency really can be legislated. I think decency can be inspired by example. I think there are other reforms that can be made in the political system in this country that will encourage, again, by their exemplary nature, a decent kind of politics. I think the most obvious one is one that, in fact, it was a bill that I was very familiar with in the campaign, was the Campaign Finance Act of 1971, which made a great step, I think, towards placing restrictions on the way money was raised and the way money was used in a campaign. I think the next logical step, and the one that I would like to see take place, is a move to some full kind of federal financing of federal campaigns. I think that would be the most heartening step that this committee could recommend in terms of legislation. But I do think when you get into the question of attempting to legislate what people think or their standard of decency, I think it becomes a very difficult issue. And I agree there are some constitutional questions that I think ought to be considered in that regard.
Well, I agree with that. I'm wondering whether we could get your views in writing later, perhaps, after you've had some thought, as to whether we can deal with not the question of legislating people's thoughts and ideas, but on the question of the use of resources as based on campaign contributions by a campaign, whether it's in this situation or in the situation we had prior witnesses of using campaign contributions to employ people like Mr. Segretti, Benz, and Kelly. And that's what I'm focusing on.
Yes,
thank you.
I understand. Right.
Mr. Chairman, just one or two more questions. In that line, obviously there's some disagreement as to the propriety of using resources in this matter. I might make the observation that it would appear that Mr. Haas and the McGovern people in California had some reservations about the wisdom or propriety of it from their reaction to it, in stating that as soon as it was found out about it was stopped. I think that's a fair observation to make. And I look at your own testimony in executive session, and you state on page 44 I'll start back on page 43 at line 20. Mr. Liebengood, first let me ask you this. Do you know of any instance when a local McGovern campaign organization promoted or participated in a demonstration against the president during the campaign? Mr. Stearns, if the question is, do I know of any place a McGovern campaign participated in or McGovern campaign organization participated in or promoted as a matter of policy a demonstration, the answer is no. Mr. Liebengood, what was the basis of that policy? Mr. Stearns, well, it was our feeling that one of the major difficulties that we had, I mean just from a tactical point of view, with McGovern's acceptability was the association which had developed in the minds of some between McGovern and militant protest. So obviously this is a matter of political tactic. Any demonstration that was conducted, particularly if it was in any way identified with McGovern, had to work against our benefit. That was certainly the tactical consideration for the policy, and I think there was probably ethical considerations that would have come into play at that point too. Is it an unjust inference to conclude that there was a consideration of propriety in your own mind with regard to this kind of activity?
I mean, you were repeating something that I've already, I said in response, I think, to your earlier,
well,
your earlier
if you
question.
would, and repeat it again.
I would, all right, I repeat it exactly as it is here. If the question is, do I know of any place that a McGovern campaign participated in or McGovern campaign organization participated in or promoted as a matter of policy a demonstration, the answer is no.
What kind of ethical, what I'm asking you is what kind of ethical considerations would have come into play at that point? What did you mean by that statement?
I think I said that ethical considerations would probably come into play at that point. My testimony has been that those ethical considerations did not come into play because I don't recollect, this incident that you're talking about. I am saying as a matter of policy, we did not organize or promote demonstrations, nor would have.
Well, that's not responsive to my question. I concede that your testimony is that it was not the policy to do that your testimony is that you did not promote that you did not condone that or approve that. But we've had discussion here as to the propriety of it, and you've addressed yourself to that before. And I'm wondering, and I refer to Mr. Haas's statement and McGovern's statement about cutting it off and so forth, and I refer to your own previous testimony that ethical considerations would have to come into play probably at that point. Now, if you consider that this is a proper campaign activity, not from the standpoint of a person having a right to parade or demonstrate if he wishes to do peacefully, which is obviously constitutionally protected, but from one political organization standpoint against another, you state here that there were probably some ethical considerations that would have to come into play at that point.
Yes.
Now, could you elaborate on that some?
All right. The kind of ethical consideration I think that would come into play would be in a situation, had I been, as say Mr. Haldeman was, in the McGovern campaign, and received a memo which said that 100 people were going to promote or produce obscene signs directed at the president at a rally in 1971, I think in North Carolina, and against the Reverend Billy Graham. And if I took that memo and wrote good, in one column, and I wrote great also next to it, I think that certainly some ethical consideration comes into play. That would be an ethical consideration.
Well, I agree that a good defense is a good offense. But what was in your mind?
I'd never
What
had
ethical considerations were you referring to when you stated that they might come into play?
No one ever gave me a memo.
I'm not asking you about a memorandum.
We were going to
Mr. Stearns, if you tell me that you do not wish to answer that question, then I will drop the question.
Well, I must.
But you haven't yet.
Well,
now,
perhaps I just don't understand.
I'm reading from your own testimony, Mr. Stearns.
Right, but I've given you an example of one of the ethical considerations.
That was certainly the well, you referred to it yourself. What did you have in mind when you were referring to it?
Just that.
That there was certainly the tactical consideration for the policy, and I think there were probably ethical considerations that would come into play at that point, too.
Yes, I just gave you an example of an ethical consideration come into play.
What ethical consideration would come into play if this proposal to use the McGovern telephone bank, which is the question that you were asked?
I don't ever recall being at any point where that ethical consideration was posed to me.
What were you referring to in your testimony?
To what I just described to you.
What, Mr. Holloman's memos?
I'm sorry?
Mr. Holloman's memorandum? Is that what you were referring to when
you asked for a kind of ethical consideration that would come into play in terms
I asked for the kind of ethical consideration that you had in your mind when you referred to it here. You're stating that there was no question in your mind at the time you gave this testimony as to the propriety of the matter.
No, which matter are you talking about, Mr. Thompson?
I'm talking about the question that I read,
yes,
the original question.
You said the phone banks, and the question doesn't say anything about the phone banks. The question is, do you know of any instance when a local McGovern campaign organization promoted or participated in a demonstration against the president during the campaign?
All right.
You've read Mr. Stern's answer. And
all right, I assume that the use of the phone bank would be promoting or participating in.
Is your question then, sir, whether the use of the telephone is unethical?
My question is what he had in mind when he stated that in activities such as this, and he referred to the general overall policy as it not being a wise policy from a tactical standpoint.
Yes,
what ethical considerations he was talking about?
Yes, I said probably ethical considerations come into play, and I gave an example. If I were, anyone in a situation where they're in fact encouraging hostile behavior, or encouraging obscenity, and encouraging a violent demonstration, that is an ethical consideration. As best I know, that's what I had in mind at that point.
Are you aware of a typewritten document entitled the Muskie Accountability Project, which was written by Mr. Stuart Mott?
Yes, a copy of that was mailed to me during the campaign, and a copy of it was showed to me by one of the assistant counsels in the October 3rd, the prior one? At one of the two interviews.
Which refers to Senator Muskie, I believe, as, among other things, a liar, and that his father was a draft dodger, and as I understand was prepared by Mr. Mott himself. Who is Mr. Mott?
Mr. Mott describes himself as a philanthropist. I think lived in New York, lives in, I think has moved to Washington, D.C. As I understand it, is one of the heirs to the General Motors fortune. He is a gentleman with his own interests and predilections in politics. As I explained, and I've given you the copy of the document you asked for, I explained why. I mean, we would not have used material like that. And as I explained then, the reason we didn't is that we had obviously done our own homework. We didn't need anyone on his own initiative supplying us with material.
Pardon me. Did you have any personal contact with Mr. Mott during the campaign?
Yes, but not on any matter that related to Senator Muskie. At one time, Mr. Mott sponsored a meeting between the Lindsay, Chisholm, and McCarthy forces, of which I was one of the McGovern representatives. And at that time, we tried to discuss ways that we could minimize hostility among at least those four groups, which were seen as the liberal wing of the party.
Did you provide any documentation or any information whatsoever with regard to Senator Muskie's voting record to Mr. Mott?
Not to the best of my knowledge, but if he had asked for it, I certainly would have given it to him. You have seen the copy of the material I prepared. It is taken mostly from the sheets produced by the Senate itself. It's a factual description of Senator Muskie's voting record. There is a summary to it, and in fact, as I recall, in the summary at a number of points, I commend Senator Muskie's records. On a couple of points, in fact, on a couple of places in it, I point out that his record was better than Senator McGovern's in some respect. There was a completely neutral, and I think very professionally done, although I can't vouch that there aren't any mistakes in it. I think I reviewed something like 1,600 or 2,000.
Testimony, Mr. Stearns.
All right, but I've given you an example of one of the ethical considerations.
That was certainly the well, you referred to it yourself. What did you have in mind when you were referring to it?
Just that.
That there was certainly the tactical consideration for the policy, and I think there were probably ethical considerations that would come into play at that point, too.
Yes, I just gave you an example of an ethical consideration that come into play.
What ethical consideration would come into play if this proposal to use the McGovern telephone bank, which is the question that you were asked?
I don't ever recall being at any point where that ethical consideration was posed to me.
What were you referring to in your testimony?
To what I just described to you.
What, Mr. Holloman's memos?
I'm sorry?
Mr. Holloman's memorandum? Is that what you're referring to when
you asked for a kind of ethical consideration that would come into play in terms
I asked for the kind of ethical consideration that you had in your mind when you referred to it here. You're stating that there was no question in your mind at the time you gave this testimony as to the propriety of the matter.
No, which matter are you talking about, Mr. Thompson?
I'm talking about the question that I read,
yes,
the original question.
You said the phone banks, and the question doesn't say anything about the phone banks. The question is, do you know of any instance when a local McGovern campaign organization promoted or participated in a demonstration against the president during the campaign?
All right.
You've read Mr. Stern's answer. And
all right, I assume that the use of the phone bank would be promoting or participating in.
Is your question then, sir, whether the use of the telephone is unethical?
My question is what he had in mind when he stated that in activities such as this, and he referred to the general overall policy as it not being a wise policy from a tactical standpoint.
Yes,
what ethical considerations he was talking
yes,
about?
I said probably ethical considerations come into play, and I gave an example. If I were, anyone in a situation, whether in fact encouraging hostile behavior, or encouraging obscenity, and encouraging a violent demonstration, that is an ethical consideration. As best I know, that's what I had in mind at that point.
Are you aware of a typewritten document entitled the Muskie Accountability Project, which was written by Mr. Stuart Mott?
Yes, a copy of that was mailed to me during the campaign, and a copy of it was showed to me by one of the assistant counsels in the October 3rd, the prior one, one of the two interviews.
Which refers to Senator Muskie, I believe, as, among other things, a liar, and that his father was a draft dodger, and as I understand, was prepared by Mr. Mott himself. Who is Mr. Mott?
Mr. Mott describes himself as a philanthropist. I think lived in New York, lives in, I think has moved to Washington, D.C. As I understand it, is one of the heirs to the General Motors fortune. He is a gentleman with his own interests and predilections in politics. As I explained, and I've given you the copy of the document you asked for, I explained why. I mean, we would not have used material like that. And as I explained then, the reason we didn't is that we had obviously done our own homework. We didn't need, anyone on his own initiative supplying us with material.
Pardon me. Did you have any personal contact with Mr. Mott during the campaign?
Yes, but not on any matter that related to Senator Muskie. At one time, Mr. Mott sponsored a meeting between the Lindsay, Chisholm, and McCarthy forces, of which I was one of the McGovern representatives. And at that time, we tried to discuss ways that we could minimize hostility among at least those four groups, which were seen as the liberal wing of the party.
Did you provide any documentation or any information whatsoever with regard to Senator Muskie's voting record to Mr. Mott?
Not to the best of my knowledge, but if you'd asked for it, I certainly would have given it to him. You have seen the copy of the material I prepared. It is taken mostly from the sheets produced by the Senate itself. It's a factual description of Senator Muskie's voting record. There is a summary to it, and in fact, as I recall, in the summary at a number of points, I commend Senator Muskie's records. On a couple of points, in fact, on a couple of places in it, I point out that his record was better than Senator McGovern's in some respect. It was completely neutral, and I think very professionally done. Although I can't vouch that there aren't any mistakes in it. I think I reviewed something like 1,600 or 2,000 votes over an 8 or 9 year period in preparing it. But you have a copy of that.
Right. Did you have any discussion with Mr. Mott after the Muskie Accountability Project came out about?
To the best of my knowledge, no.
Thank you. No further questions.
May we request that the Muskie memorandum be made part of this record? It was supplied after the executive session. I think it may be relevant to...
Do I also request that I get the original back, because it's the only one I have?
I have no objection. I don't have it in my possession.
Mr. Lenzer.
How long a memorandum is it?
I'm sorry, sir?
How long a memorandum is it?
I think it's too long to... I think it's a waste of the taxpayers' money to print it. I think it runs 120 pages. I would suggest that in terms of the record, there are two summaries attached to the end, one of Senator McGovern's record, another of Senator Muskie's record. Those are only about 12 pages. That might be the section that would be included.
Well, let the summaries be put, be inserted in the record. I have no questions. No.
Am I through?
Well, thank you very much.
Thank
You're
you, sir.
excused.
Thank you.
As the senators break for lunch, we're also going to pause for a few moments. The next witness will be McGovern's number 2 man in the campaign, Frank Mankiewicz. Public television coverage of the Senate hearings will continue after a pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of the hearings is being broadcast as a public service by your local public television station. This is PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPACT continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, NPACT correspondent Jim Lehrer.
As we go back to the hearings, Chief Counsel Sam Dash calls the next witness.
Mr. Mankiewicz, will you raise your right hand? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Mr. Mankiewicz, I understand that you're here without subpoena and voluntarily appearing as a witness before the committee, and you do not have counsel with you.
I do not.
Do you have a statement to read to the committee?
Yes, I do.
Would you read that statement, please?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm happy to have this opportunity to testify before your committee, to present this statement, and to answer any questions I can about the 1972 campaign. We've all heard, thanks to these hearings and other investigations, both public and private, of a wide variety of dirty tricks, of sabotage, and of espionage, and of an unprecedented assault on the integrity of the political process itself. I should like to take this opportunity to describe what is, in my view, one of the most serious of these assaults, one of the most dangerous of all the attempts to cover up what was done by the Nixon campaign in 1972. I refer to the systematic attempt by administration witnesses before this committee, either presently in the White House, recently in the White House, or controlled either by the White House or the Nixon campaign, to convey to the American people the idea that the actions of which they were admittedly or proved guilty are somehow acts common to American politics and to political campaigns. I think it important for someone to state clearly and firmly that these dirty tricks are not politics as usual, that American politics does not include any history of or tolerance for sabotage, espionage, perjury, forgery, or burglary. The political process does not and has not countenanced firebombing of government institutions or the slandering of an opponent by accusing him of sexual misconduct, nor, to be sure, slandering the memory of a slain president by the use of a forgery which accuses him of murder. American politics, as usual, does not include stealing documents from an opponent in order to photograph and pass them on to favored journalists, nor plotting to kidnap those with whom you may disagree, nor does it traditionally include wiretapping or bugging, the throwing of stink bombs, or hiring people to create disturbances or riots in the name of your opponent. And it has certainly never included, at the presidential level, using agencies of government to harass and punish your enemies, nor the use of special White House gumshoes to count the bottles in a senator's trash.
We have a roll call on the floor, so I'm going to have to recess the hearing, subject to call of the chair.
The committee ranks remained depleted all afternoon, and the committee was forced to await for Senator Montoya's return before it had the required presiding officer. As you'll see later, it was Montoya who asked the most questions of any senator. At this point, Mankiewicz took Sam Dash's advice and backed up a sentence.
Would you wish to continue your statement? If you want to go back a sentence or two to get your context, you may.
And it is certainly never included at the presidential
Could you bring,
level.
Mr. Mankiewicz, could you bring the microphone a little closer to your mouth so we can hear you?
Using agencies of government to harass and punish one's enemies, nor the use of special White House gumshoes to count the bottles in a senator's trash. There is grave danger in all this. I think we are strong enough as a nation to survive Watergate and the crimes with which that word is now forever associated. I doubt if we are strong enough to survive for very long the widespread belief that those actions are the normal things to expect in the practice of electoral politics. And yet we have seen over the past months one witness after another proclaim the notion that both sides do it, that this is typical politics, or that somehow the Nixon people's activities were justified because the other side had done the same things. This steady stream can have been no accident. And if it is believed, then the already lowered esteem which many now have for our political system will sink even lower, and the final Watergate dirty trick will have been played on all of us. Let me cite only one example. In his prepared testimony, H.R. Haldeman listed the following, and I quote now from his testimony at pages 28 and 29. Violent demonstrations and disruption, heckling or shouting down speakers, burning or bombing campaign headquarters, physical damage or trashing of headquarters and other buildings, harassment of candidates' wives and families by obscenities, disruption of the National Convention by splattering dinner guests with eggs and tomatoes, indecent exposure, rock throwing, assaults on delegates, slashing bus tires, smashing windows, setting trash fires under the gas tank of a bus, knocking policemen from their motorcycles, unquote. Mr. Haldeman then went on to charge that these were, quote, all activities which took place in 1972 against the campaign of the President of the United States by his opponents. Some of them took place, Haldeman continued, with the clear knowledge and consent of agents of the opposing candidate in the last election. Others were acts of people who were clearly unsympathetic to the President but may not have had direct orders from the opposing camp, unquote. Now that statement is false in whole and in each part. There is no activity listed there which had the knowledge and consent of any agent of the McGovern campaign, and no evidence of any kind has been presented or ever will be presented, for none exists to the contrary. Furthermore, we know now from testimony before this committee that some of those acts were in fact committed by agents of the Nixon campaign, agents provocateurs, hired for that purpose. And for Mr. Haldeman's written expression that some prospective violence at a Nixon rally was both, in his words, good and great, we can only conclude that more of that kind of activity was actually promoted by the Nixon campaign itself. But, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Haldeman did more. He attempted on more than one occasion, according to memoranda and evidence here, to leak to favored newsmen the story that the McGovern campaign was financing these activities, this violence, and that it was itself financed by sinister foreign sources. Now, when he made those statements, Mr. Haldeman knew them to be false, but they are widely believed nevertheless. What I'm trying to express here is that this kind of activity and all of the illegal and unethical activity we have heard described here is not typical of American politics at all. None of it was done in the Democratic campaign of 1972. In the campaign with which I am most familiar, that of Senator McGovern's, I can state categorically that it was wholly free of each and all of the dirty tricks, the crimes, the deceits, and the cover-ups the nation has now learned were committed in behalf of his opponent. Furthermore, I am prepared to state, based on my own knowledge as well as extensive recent research, that it was also not politics as usual in the other Democratic campaigns of 1972, such as those of Senator Humphrey, Senator Muskie, Senator Jackson, and Mayor Lindsay, and that this kind of politics has not been present in other recent Democratic or Republican presidential campaigns. This kind of activity may well be politics as usual for Nixon campaigns, but not for any other Democratic or Republican presidential campaign of which I have any knowledge. And I believe it to be the gravest disservice to the Republic to suggest that it is. As to the effect on the 1972 campaign of the so-called dirty tricks, they would appear to have been successful. The purpose of it all, the slimy letters, the forged press releases, the fake leaflets, seems to have been not to influence the result of any single primary election, but to create within the Democratic Party such a strong sense of resentment among the candidates and their followers as to make unity of the party impossible once a nominee was selected. At that, the effort seems to have been most successful. Workers in Senator Muskie's campaign have told me that they believe the dirty tricks played on Senator Muskie in New Hampshire to have been the work of the McGovern campaign. And certainly there must have been those Humphrey and Jackson partisans who, seeing the filthy letter about their candidates in Florida, forged so as to appear to be from the Muskie campaign, must have turned their anger on the senator from Maine. This was, I believe, particularly true in the later stages of the primary campaign. Deliberately false statements about Senator McGovern's positions on such matters as the legalization of marijuana, amnesty, abortion, and even the legalization of prostitution were put out in Ohio, Nebraska, and California, and they were made to seem the work of the campaigns, or even the statements of the candidates themselves, of Senators Jackson and Humphrey. In California, leaflets deliberately distorting the record and maligning the characters of Senator Humphrey and McGovern were issued in the name of the other rival candidate. Thus, both Senator McGovern and Senator Humphrey were led to believe that the other was involved in a vicious campaign of distortion and vilification, and any reuniting of factions, normally the course in a Democratic campaign after the primaries, became far more difficult. I think it is a reasonable question whether Senator Humphrey would have lent himself to the so-called California Challenge in June and July of 1972 had he not become convinced, because of the Nixon campaign's planned sabotage, that Senator McGovern's campaign had attacked him unfairly in May. We know that an insulting telephone call was placed at AFL-CIO President George Meany in June by someone masquerading as the McGovern campaign manager, Gary Hart. How much of Mr. Meany's hostility to Senator McGovern's campaign can be attributed to this or other such incidents is difficult to measure. So, for that matter, is the impact of numerous similar fake telephone calls to local union and party officials during the fall campaign, all of an insulting nature and all from people purporting to be McGovern campaign officials. In short, what was created by the sabotage effort was an unparalleled atmosphere of rancor and discord within the Democratic Party. And as Mr. Segretti perhaps unwittingly revealed before this committee, that was the aim, and the only aim, of the campaign of illegal and unethical acts which he largely executed, but which had been carefully conceived by the various assistants, counsels, special assistants, and special counsels to the President of the United States.
Mr. Mankiewicz, for the record and the committee's purposes, would you briefly state your professional background leading up to your career in political activities?
I have an undergraduate degree from the University of California at Los Angeles in class of 1947, along with Mr. Haldeman, Mr. Ehrlichman, the class the stars fell on. I have a degree in journalism from the Columbia University School of Journalism and a law degree from the University of California at Berkeley. I practiced law in Los Angeles from 1955 through 1961. And in 1961, I went in the Peace Corps. I was the country director in Peru for 2 years and the Latin America regional director for 2 more. From 1966 until the middle of 1968, I was press secretary to Senator Robert Kennedy. I worked briefly at the Democratic Convention in 1968 on behalf of Senator McGovern. Thereafter, I was in collaboration with Tom Braden, a syndicated columnist and a television commentator until 1971. And in May of 1971, I joined Senator McGovern's campaign through the election of 1972. My political activity began, I suppose, in California. In 1950, I was a candidate for the state legislature. Thereafter, I was elected to and became active in the Los Angeles County Democratic Central Committee and was active in a variety of ways as a volunteer in a number of presidential and statewide campaigns in California. But my sort of official political activity consisted of service in the campaign of Senator Kennedy in 1968, briefly with Senator McGovern's in 1968, and as the political director of Senator McGovern's campaign in 1971 and 72.
Could you state briefly what your function was in that last role you played during the presidential campaign of 72 for Senator McGovern?
No.
Can you say it briefly?
Cannot say it briefly.
Could you just give us a brief outline?
In general,
I know you work very hard, Mr. Mankiewicz.
Well, as I think Mr. Stearns indicated this morning, the table of organization was not as hard and fast as perhaps people believe in a presidential campaign. In general, I was the inside man of the McGovern campaign through the convention. I was involved in financing, raising funds to some extent, checking on expenditures, media, press, variety of things in the national headquarters until the convention, and from the convention on I traveled with Senator McGovern's traveling party and was gone probably 5 or 6 days a week. But that in general was my
Well, perhaps
responsibilities.
As I just continue with some of the other questions, you may be able to indicate your response with regard to a particular function, which may further elaborate on what you were doing during the campaign. What I'd like to do, Mr. Buchanan, is to get your reaction to certain evidence that's already before the committee.
The laughter is because you called me Mr. Buchanan, I think.
I'm sorry. The buzzers sometimes interrupt the thinking process. As a matter of fact, the slip was perhaps because I'm going to be referring to some Buchanan memos to you. Did you, by the way, hear the testimony, Mr. Buchanan?
Yes, I did.
Now, what I'd like to have you do, Mr. Mankiewicz, is to react to some of the memoranda, and not specifically Mr. Buchanan's memoranda, but some of the exhibits that we had before this committee that were primarily produced when Mr. Segretti testified. But as by way of introduction, we have had, through Mr. Buchanan's testimony and memoranda that were presented in the record, what in effect was a grand strategy of the Republican Party in the campaign of '72. And I want to make it very clear that the strategy as presented in the Buchanan memoranda are not intended to be presented at this time, nor were they intended to be presented earlier when Mr. Buchanan was a witness, for the purpose of indicating any wrongdoing or perhaps even unethical or improper conduct, but to demonstrate political strategy that was in fact set down in the form of memoranda and was later implemented by certain agents such as Segretti and the agents who worked for him. Now, in a memorandum which was dated March 24, 1971, which is a part of this record, addressed to the President from Mr. Buchanan and entitled The Muskie Watch, it was made clear by Mr. Buchanan that the effort of the campaign should be to identify the front runner, which was Senator Muskie, and to use the resources of the Republican Party to affect his chances in the primary in such a way as to have him not come out as the Democratic candidate. And one of the strategies suggested Mr. Buchanan was, on page 3 of that memorandum, is that the attack should come not from the right, but between the center and the left of the Democratic Party. It should focus on those issues that divide Democrats, not those that unite Republicans. It should exacerbate and elevate those issues on which Democrats are divided, forcing Muskie to either straddle or come down on one side or the other. And then a number of those issues are later identified on page 4, a special reference, by the way, to Muskie's personality as an individual who perhaps cannot react under pressure, and the racial issue, his stand on abortion, and some others. Then further on a memorandum that was prepared by Mr. Buchanan and identified by him for the record, addressed to the Attorney General and Mr. Haldeman, entitled Dividing the Democrats. Mr. Buchanan set forth some strategies on how, during the primaries, what acts should be followed or take place in order to divide the Democrats, and a number of things, such as supporting sort of liberal or left-wing positions of the Democrats rather than right-wing positions. And then on page 5 of that memorandum, a recommendation that a top-level consideration should be given to ways and means to promote, assist, and fund a fourth-party candidacy of the left Democrats and or black Democrats. There's nothing that can so advance the president's chances for re-election, not a trip to China nor 4.5% unemployment, as a realistic black presidential campaign. and a following recommendation, black complaints. As we did with Muskie, we should continue to champion the cause of the blacks within the Democratic Party, elevate their complaints as being taken for granted. And finally, the only memorandum I want to refer to is a memorandum of April 12, 1972, from Mr. Buchanan to John Mitchell and Haldeman, which states in its opening paragraph, our primary objective to prevent Senator Muskie from sweeping the early primaries, locking up the convention in April, and uniting the Democratic Party behind him for the fall has been achieved. And the likelihood, great 3 months ago, that the Democratic Convention could become a dignified coronation ceremony for a central candidate who would lead a united party into the election is now remote. And then a reference in that memorandum, Mr. Mankiewicz, to Senator McGovern's candidacy on page 8 of that memorandum. Our next goal is the caption, what we need now is a decision on whom we want to run against. We believe that McGovern is our candidate for dozens of reasons, as set forth in his memorandum, and he closes that memorandum saying that McGovern has a long shot at the nomination, a very long shot, but if he wins, we win. Let's let him have his run at the nomination and assist him in every way we can. Today he gets 5% of a Democratic vote nationally, and RN, which I take it as Richard Nixon, swamps him in the polls, and people do not yet know what a wild man he is. McGovern is the one. Now, that was the test. Mr. Buchanan identified these memoranda and indicated that generally this was various political strategy recommended by him, and didn't indicate that he himself had any operational role, but was an idea man. Before the committee, we've had testimony from Mr. Donald Segretti. Did you ever come across the name Donald Segretti during the 1972 campaign, Mr. Mankiewicz?
Not until I began to read about him in the Washington Post.
That was after the campaign, wasn't it?
I don't think so. I think he was.
No, I said in October is the first time.
Yes.
Did you ever come across a man by the name of Donald Simmons or any other name of a Republican operative in the Florida campaign or California campaign?
No, but I believe our California headquarters turned up a volunteer card that Mr. Segretti had signed during the primary.
Well, we've had testimony from Mr. Segretti, and it's already in the record, that he was hired by Mr. Chapin, the President's appointment secretary, to hire agents and go into a covert operation to infiltrate campaigns and to produce demonstrators, pickets, and a number of other activities that would, specifically, it was the strategy of Donald Segretti's testimony before this committee, divide the Democratic candidates in the primary, and that his assignment was to go to the various important primary states and enlist the aid of various agents in those states. And I think I've given you a copy of the exhibits which were part of the record when Mr. Segretti testified and have been entered in the record, and you have them before you. And if you would turn to your tab 2 in that list of exhibits, Mr. Mankiewicz. You see a memorandum which has already been made a part of this record, which is a blind memorandum. It has no name attached, but Mr. Segretti testified that he received this memorandum from Mr. Chapin, and it reads, from now on we want to have at least one Muskie sign in among demonstrators who are demonstrating against the president. It should be Muskie for president in big letters and should be held in locations so that it is clearly visible. At Muskie events or events by other Democratic hopefuls, there should be a sign or two which goads them. For example, at a Muskie rally, there should be a large, why not a black vice president? Or perhaps we prefer Humphrey, or something else that would goad him along. At Humphrey rallies, there should be Muskie signs, and at Kennedy rallies, there should be Muskie or Humphrey signs, and so on. These signs should be well placed in relationship to the press area so that a picture is easy to get. Now, Mr. Segretti has testified that he followed this advice. Now, in any of the primaries in which you're aware of, did you see any of the evidence that this particular recommendation actually was carried out?
Well, I think I think there were a number of demonstrations of it. I think, Mr. Dash, that in reference to those Buchanan memoranda, the point ought to be made that people who give political advice, particularly over a period of years, as Mr. Buchanan did to the president and as I have done on at least one occasion, and perhaps two, there is a tendency as events develop to make them self-confirming and to point out that what has happened is not only what you predicted but what you brought to pass. I have a feeling that some of the claims in the Buchanan memoranda are somewhat excessive, and that Mr. Buchanan, being a political realist, would probably concur that it does very little good to send a memorandum to your principal saying everything I told you back in September has turned out to be wrong. It's much provides a better flow to put it the other way. I mention that because on April the 11th, when Mr. Buchanan was saying our objective to weaken Senator Muskie or whatever it was that you just read has now been accomplished, there's a suggestion there that he had accomplished it. I have a feeling that it was accomplished by other forces, and indeed Mr. Buchanan so testified. And it's also significant that I think at the time that he was saying we must now give Mr. McGovern, Senator McGovern, a run at the nomination on the 11th of April, Senator McGovern was indeed the leading candidate, and that it was also about that time, as I recall, perhaps a situation where the right hand didn't know what the left was doing, that Mr. Hunt was transferring an honors student from Brigham Young from his spying at the Muskie campaign into performing the same function at the McGovern campaign. But all through the primaries, we saw this kind of activity that's related in the Chapin memorandum, beginning early in the New Hampshire campaign.
Well, during the campaign and all through the primaries, did it ever occur to you, Senator McGovern, in any discussions with you, or in any discussions you had with the professional status of any of the Democratic candidates, that there was working in the primaries a Republican agent, operative, to do undercover work of this kind?
No, it did not, and as a matter of fact, I think we all drew the reasonable conclusion. I know that in New Hampshire, for example, there were a couple of things done to Senator Muskie. I have since discovered that the Muskie campaign people believed that the McGovern campaign had done those things. There was every reason to believe that. It was a two-man race. In California, for example, when some of the more reprehensible things would appear, I would occasionally talk to the Humphrey campaign manager there and try to tell him that we had not done those things, and vice versa. But I don't think either of us believed the other because there was no reason to. Those were
no reason to believe that perhaps it wasn't any one of you, but perhaps the opposition, meaning the opposition party, who in fact was doing it.
Well, I think Mr. Dash, it goes to the point I made originally. In California, for example, if a document appears, as it did, ostensibly from a group called Democrats for a Peace Candidate, and it vilifies Senator Humphrey, distorts his positions, makes him appear ludicrous and indeed as the author of every atrocity in Vietnam, ending with My Lai. Senator Humphrey's people believe that is going to be a product of his opposition, and his opposition was not Mr. Nixon at that point, but Senator McGovern.
Well,
so the Humphrey people believed that we did that.
You've covered, I think,
it was reasonable for them to believe.
I know you've covered in your statement where you said that this is not politics as usual, but we've had testimony before us, and I think it would be helpful to the committee and the record before this committee to find out whether or not this is true or not. And I know you've also, by the way, engaged in research. And the testimony before us is that an astute politician such as, say, Senator Humphrey, who's had quite a bit of experience in political campaigns, should have been aware of the fact that this is the way things are done, and rather than look to blame one of his opponents in the primary, which was a fellow Democrat, should have known that perhaps there was an agent from the opposition party at work. Now, is this true or not?
That's precisely the point I'm trying to make, that if this were indeed politics as usual, if men as experienced in American politics as Senator Humphrey and Senator McGovern believed that this were the kind of thing that went on all the time, that it might have occurred to them that perhaps the Nixon forces were doing these things. But they didn't believe that. It's not customary in American politics. If you see a vile leaflet that comes out, the assumption is it comes from your opponent, if anyone, but certainly not from some distant campaign, particularly if it's the President of the United States, masquerading as your opponent. Now, it is true that Senator Humphrey and Senator McGovern both at least were students of, if they had not had experience with past Nixon campaigns. And it may be that they should have been more alert, but they were not. The point I'm making is it's not politics as usual. The ordinary assumption when a piece of literature like that comes out is not to assume that it's anything but what it appears to be.
Well, you've also indicated, I think, in your statement and in your information that you've given the committee concerning your professional background and activity you're now engaged in, which I understand you're engaged in research and in a book involving presidential campaigns. Have you found in your research, in addition to your activities in political campaigns, any tradition of this kind of activity?
I've talked to people who are active in Republican and Democratic presidential campaigns since the 50s, and all of them have told me that they find astonishing and dangerous the notion that somehow this is done in all campaigns. People like Cliff White, for example, who managed the Goldwater campaign in 1964. I spoke to James Hagerty, who was one of the leaders in the Eisenhower campaigns in 52 and 56, Larry O'Brien, and others who were in the Democratic campaigns in the 60s, and they'd all say the same thing, and the experience of others is the same, that this espionage, this deception, this putting out literature claiming to be in the support of one candidate when in fact it's financed by another is unprecedented.
Well, why don't we take a look at one particular example, which I think you've referred to in your statement, which was a particularly scurrilous piece of literature, and it's tab 2 of your exhibits there that are in record, tab 10, excuse me, and that Mr. Segretti testified before this committee and identified this particular item, which was a letter that is typed on Citizens for Muskie stationery, which Mr. Segretti said that he had reprinted or rephotographed. And it is purportedly a message from the Citizens for Muskie, or from the Muskie campaign, to dear fellow Democrats. And this is the letter which I will not read here, as I did not read when Mr. Segretti was here, because out of respect for both Senators Humphrey and Jackson, and also Senator Muskie. But this is the letter which falsely accused Senators Jackson and Humphrey of serious sexual misconduct and other acts which would be quite shocking to the fellow Democrats who received it. And Mr. Segretti said that he not only photographed and made up the stationery from copies he had, but actually made up the letter, made up the names, and it was an entirely false statement that none of the accusations were true, and that not a large number were distributed, but he saw to it that the candidates and their staffs got it. Now, you have that before you. Were you aware, by the way, of this particular Citizens from Muskie letter that circulated in Florida?
Yes, I was.
Can you give us a brief description of the impact of that letter in the Florida primary among the candidates, as you knew it as a worker in that election?
Well, I think there were two reactions to it. I think there may have been some people who thought that since it said Citizens for Muskie that it had come from the official Muskie organization, but I doubt that there were very many people who thought that, because the letter is so vile that someone would have had to be rather ignorant of Senator Muskie's record and the standing of the people who worked for him to assume that. I think the general feeling was that some low-level Muskie operative, perhaps, had in an unauthorized way, had taken some of his own campaign stationery and made up this thing. But I think there were also others who probably thought that since this is a letter which simultaneously defames Senator Jackson, Senator Humphrey, and Senator Muskie for having circulated it, that perhaps the letter was created by still a fourth candidate who would benefit from those three being smeared, namely Senator McGovern.
Did you in fact have that kind of complaint made against
some
Senator
of the people who worked for Senator Muskie told me that that was their conclusion at the time, yes.
And do you think that actually letters calculated to have produced that result?
I think that is one. I'm not sure it was that sophisticated, but I think the calculated result of this letter was that people would either get mad at Senator Muskie or at Senator McGovern, and that in any event,
well, people did get mad, did they not?
People would get mad, that it would create friction and rancor among the Democratic candidates, and that was, I gather, its purpose. It could hardly have been intended to influence votes. I understand they only circulated 20 or 30 of them, but they mailed them to the right people so that they would think it was right.
That's correct. And this followed, as I've indicated, the testimony that we had from Mr. Segretti, that his purpose was to do this kind of activity, engage in this kind of activity, to divide the candidates, to create the bitterness, so that, as a matter of fact, he said there was the usual tradition among the Democrats to maybe fight in the primaries, but rally behind the candidate that comes out of the convention, and that his job, with his agents, was to sow sufficient bitterness that whoever came out of the convention wouldn't be able to get the others to rally around them. Now, if you look at tab 6, this is the leaflet which has been introduced on at least 2 occasions before this committee, testified at least on 2 occasions. And it was a leaflet which has at the lower left-hand corner the label "Citizens for a Liberal Alternative," and it's the one that has a photograph of Senator Muskie smoking a big cigar and a slogan, "Wake up, liberals! Is this the man you want in the Oval Office?" Yeah. And such statements as Muskie added himself publicly to the list of political opportunists in opposing abortion reform. What kind of a man is Ed Muskie? He's a wheeling, dealing, ward-healing politician. Ed Muskie would be no different from the Nixons, Agnew's, Mitchells, Connollys we have now. He's a candidate of Democratic right.
I'm very familiar with that leaflet.
Now, I don't think, were you familiar? Did you know, you've seen this, by the way, you saw this leaflet during the campaign.
I saw it for the first time in New Hampshire.
New Hampshire. Now, were you aware at the time you saw that leaflet that it was prepared, as has been testified before here, by Mr. Ken Kachigian, Mr. Buchanan's assistant, was edited by Mr. Buchanan, and actually was printed by the Committee for the Re-Election of President with funds?
No, I was not aware of that.
And also, it's the testimony before this committee by Mr. Porter that he paid $100, I believe approximately $100 to Mr. Roger Stone on one occasion to go to New Hampshire to leave a leaflet, I believe, at Senator McGovern's headquarters. Right. The leaflet, by the way, Mr. Stone has already informed this committee in interviews with the staff of the committee, was this particular leaflet, which was left at McGovern headquarters.
I think it's an example, by the way, Mr. Dash, that the White House was playing dirty tricks on Senator McGovern as early as late February, even though Dr. Buchanan would place that at a later date. But this leaflet caused a lot of trouble because
so could you give us some, can you describe the kind of trouble it gave you?
It was planted in the McGovern headquarters, as I think the testimony here showed, and then a copy of it was taken, I believe, to the Manchester Union Leader, where the people at the newspaper were told that they could find it at the McGovern headquarters. The Muskie campaign people complained, in this case to me, about the leaflet, and I must say, reading it, my impression, with a rather sinking feeling, was that it had been prepared by Stuart Mott. Now, Mr. Mott at that time was not a McGovern supporter, but he was a Muskie opponent. Mr. Mott had taken on for himself the job of seeing that Senator Muskie did not win the nomination. He didn't particularly care who else won it. He was he was making small contributions at the time to Senator McGovern, Congresswoman Chisholm, Senator McCarthy, and I believe Mayor Lindsay. And he had set up a number of committees and had sort of taken on single-handedly the job, he thought, of attacking Senator Muskie. And this leaflet seemed to me to have his stamp on it.
Well, a leaflet, by the way, which would have a committee, Citizens for a Liberal Alternative, attacking Senator Muskie, would be interpreted to be supported by what candidate, really?
Well, at that time in New Hampshire, certainly only by Senator McGovern. He was the only candidate who could be described, I think, in New Hampshire as a liberal alternative to Senator McGovern, or at least would have been by Stuart Mott.
Senator Muskie.
To Senator Muskie. But Mr. Mott told me he didn't put out the leaflet. But I am convinced, I was convinced at that time and later that the Muskie campaign believed that Senator McGovern was indeed responsible for this leaflet.
Did you have occasion to see that leaflet anywhere else in the country?
I think we saw it also in Wisconsin and perhaps in, I would think perhaps Pennsylvania.
Mr. Segretti testified.
Almost all of the primaries up to the time that Senator Muskie withdrew from the race.
The record shows, as Mr. Segretti has testified, that he received between 500 and 1,000 of these and spread them all over the primary states, including California as well. If you look at also tab 13, having referred to Mr. Mott, Mr. Segretti testified before this committee, and this particular exhibit was entered in the record, that he took this ad that Mr. Mott did place in various newspapers, the ad that attacks Senator Muskie with the heading disgusting the secret money in presidential politics and calls on Senator Muskie to make an accounting for the money. And he calls it the Committee for Honesty in Politics. And it is identified as Stuart R. Mott, chairman, but you'll notice at the bottom there is an addition, two paragraphs or two sentences that Mr. Segretti said he added to this ad. And they are, quote, now he says he will disclose the fat cats behind him, referring to Muskie, after he has lost badly in Florida and cried in New Hampshire. Why is he waiting for full disclosure? Is it to fix up his books? And then the last sentence, or two sentences, the committee will look for your names as part of Muskie's fat cats. They better be there. And the reference, by the way, to that last couple sentences is that this particular pamphlet, according to Mr. Segretti's testimony, was handed out in Los Angeles at a Muskie fundraising dinner and given to the people attending that. And so that they would see that at the bottom, that the committee will look for your names as part of Muskie's fat cats. They better be there. Were you aware, by the way, of this pamphlet?
I was aware of the basic pamphlet, not of the message at the bottom, or that it was being aimed directly at contributors at a dinner. I dare say that might have inhibited their contributions.
Since Mr. Mott had been identified with supporting Mr. McGovern, if this was being handed out by Mr. Segretti, a Republican agent under Mr. Chapin's supervision, the people attending that dinner would have reason to believe what candidate was distributing it.
Well, they certainly would have had reason. Not only the people attending the dinner, but Senator Muskie's campaign people would have had additional reason to believe that Senator McGovern was campaigning in an unfair manner against Senator Muskie, and they did so believe.
Now, I think you may be aware of, if you turn to tab 20.
I might point out, yes. Mr. Dash, that this Committee for Honesty in Politics was Mr. Mott's sole creation and had no connection at any time with the McGovern campaign. And indeed, periodically, I would try to dissuade Mr. Mott from putting these ads in the newspapers because I felt that it was no help to the position that he espoused.
Turn to tab 23. You'll notice another leaflet which bears a similarity to the leaflet we've just talked about.
What is the tab?
Tab 23.
23.
This one, instead of being Muskie, and instead of being a Citizens for a Liberal Alternative, is purportedly a committee called Democrats Against Bossism. T.V. Wilson, chairman, and Mr. Segretti has testified that he was that committee. He made it up. And this one shows a picture of Mr. Senator Humphrey holding a big fish. And it shows Humphrey at the top and the slogan, "A fishy smell for the White House, ? And similar anti-Humphrey statements charging him with bossism and linking him to the bad union activities and things of that nature. Did you ever come across that leaflet?
Yes, I came across that in California. California was a two-man race. This was one of the leaflets, I think, that enraged Senator Humphrey and his partisans because they believed that it came from the McGovern camp. There was another leaflet very similar to this, in which that fish that's on the cover was present, but the face of Senator Humphrey had been cropped and put onto the fish. And the line underneath, instead of saying a fishy smell for the White House, said there's something fishy about Senator Humphrey. And instead of being from the Committee Against Bossism, T. Wilson chairman, it was called the Democrats for a Peace candidate, T. Wilson chairman.
And by the way,
but otherwise the copy was the same.
That particular committee, the Democrats for
Democrats
Peace candidate has already been testified by Mr. Segretti. It was also being Mr. Segretti.
Right, and I notice a bumper sticker here as tab
20.
Tab 20.
Tab 20.
Which says, Humphrey, he started the war, don't give him another chance, and that's also from the Democrats for a Peace candidate, which turns out to be Mr. Segretti.
Yeah, he testified that he prepared the bumper sticker, and he was that committee.
Those things were all believed by the Humphrey people during the California primary to be the work of the McGovern campaign, and none of our denials would
well, how serious was the rift or the bitterness that developed from these kind of papers?
I believe it was very serious. There were counterparts, similar type leaflets about Senator McGovern from equally fictitious committees, which we believed to have been the product of the Humphrey campaign, and we didn't believe their denials. I had a number of close friends, political associates, who were working in the Humphrey campaign, and those friendships were severely strained in that campaign and perhaps not totally restored. I think Senator Humphrey and Senator McGovern themselves, who had been close friends prior to that campaign, had a considerable strain placed on their relationship. And as I said in my prepared statement, I have a feeling it was this kind of thing that made Senator Humphrey more willing to support the so-called California challenge immediately after the primary. We were no longer opponents, we had become enemies, and I think largely as a result of this kind of activity.
And you also have a view as to this kind of activity which also attacked Senator Muskie, how it affected Senator Muskie's relationship with Senator McGovern?
Well, I think the things that were done earlier to Senator Muskie had a similar effect. In New Hampshire, for example, late-night phone calls were made from people imitating what they believed to be the accent of black Americans, claiming to be representatives of the Harlem Committee for Muskie. These calls came around midnight and were made to people in New Hampshire in areas where people go to bed considerably earlier than they do in New York.
We haven't had, Mr. Mankiewicz, we haven't had testimony of that particular incident, do you have any particular evidence as to who the source or what the source of that?
I have no idea what the source was, but I know it was not the McGovern campaign. Just as I know the McGovern campaign was not the source of the famous Canuck letter. I don't know who the source is, but I think that we have a pattern of activity here now which would at least cause the burden of proof to shift and require some kind of proof that it was not the work of the same people who put out this kind of material. And
what evidence did you have that would give you some reason to believe, other than bitterness or a separation of friendship, that concerning Senator Muskie's relationship with Senator McGovern, especially after the California primary?
I've been told that by people who were in the Muskie campaign that they believed that Senator McGovern was the source of the dirty tricks against Senator Muskie, not only in New Hampshire but in other primary states as well. I have no way to probe how deeply these things affected his decision, but I know that shortly after the California primary, Senator Muskie spoke here at the National Press Club and was widely believed, including by his campaign manager, as late as midnight the night before, to be about to endorse Senator McGovern. He did not. I think the course of the 1972 campaign would have been vastly different if he had. And as I say, I don't know how much it contributed, but I certainly think that a man who had spent the last 4 months believing that Senator McGovern was out to insult him, to play this kind of dirty trick, to make him seem a kind of person that he was not, would certainly have been less willing to make that endorsement. And I think it may have entered into his decision, just as I think it entered into Senator Humphrey's decision to join in the California challenge.
Well, on a number of occasions, Mr. Mankiewicz, specifically in the testimony of Mr. Haldeman and testimony of Ms. Buchanan and some other witnesses, we've had the name Dick Tuck presented to the committee and references to Dick Tuck that what was being done here and the kinds of activities that were being sponsored against the Democratic candidates was a Dick Tuck type activity. Now, do you know Dick Tuck?
I know him very well.
How do you know him?
I met him, I guess, in the 1960 campaign in California. We worked together. I guess he worked for me most of the time in the 1968 Robert Kennedy campaign. And he worked in the 1972 campaign briefly. And I was responsible for his being hired in the 72 campaign. And in the interim, I see him from time to time, and I would say we're friends as well as associates.
Now, our resolution doesn't permit us to really go into earlier campaigns other than the 1972 campaign, but knowing what Dick Tuck did during any campaign, including the 72 campaign if he was active, are the things that I've showed you in shown you in these exhibits, which Mr. Segretti has identified as his handiwork. Would you say or characterize these things as Dick Tuck type of activities?
No, I would not.
And
not remotely.
What would the difference be?
Well,
what's characteristic of these activities that would not be characteristic of Dick Tuck's activities?
Well, in the first place, a total lack of humor. In the second place, these are serious, almost vicious allegations with respect to other candidates, which Mr. Tuck has never gone into at all. Mr. Tuck's function really in campaigns is to amuse, to restore sometimes a needed sense of humor to a campain.
Did he engage in deception or
no, he never engaged in deception. On the contrary, no one was quicker to claim credit for the things he did than Dick Tuck. That was an important part of the activity. He never deceived. It was always clear who was doing things. He was always around, very visible, never went under another name. There was a stunt done in New Hampshire, which I thought Dick Tuck had done for us. He says he did not, but it seems to me a perfect example of a Dick Tuck type activity, although somewhat a little weaker perhaps than some of the things he did. A little gentler maybe, but then it was New Hampshire.
What was that?
In New Hampshire, when any candidate files for the presidential primary, the governor sponsors a sort of coffee and cake reception in the State House after the candidate has filed his papers. And when Senator Muskie went up there in January 1972, they had this reception. And as the guests finished their coffee, they all discovered that underneath the coffee, as they turned up their cups, pasted on the bottom, looking up at you, was a replica of a McGovern campaign button. Now, that doesn't get into the league of some of the things we've been talking about here. But it is, in my view, toward the bottom range of a Dick Tuck type operation. As a matter of fact, I called Dick that afternoon to congratulate him on it, and he said no, he hadn't done it.
Well, did you?
I would assume it was done by a disciple.
Was Dick Tuck, in fact, hired by the McGovern campaign, the 72 campaign?
He was hired late in 1971, yes, and remained with the campaign, I think, until around mid-spring of 72.
Was there a particular activity he recommended which you didn't?
Well, he did some things for us. I know it damages his reputation to say so, but Tuck is a good workman in a political campaign on projects that are considered straight. He's a good research man, and he's a good press man. He did some research for us in New York in the 72 campaign, compiling some material from newspapers and other sources on Mayor Lindsay. He did come up with a Dick Tuck type trick in 1972, and we weren't able to do it because we didn't have the money, and I couldn't convince other people in the campaign that it had a high enough priority. Sometime in the summer of 1972, President Nixon went to John Connolly's ranch to meet with a number of Republican contributors at a big barbecue. And they all flew in private airplanes to the airstrip there, and Tuck proposed to put 2 trucks at the airstrip, one a Brinks truck, and the other a simple white panel truck with the Spanish words for Mexican laundry painted on the side. Even went so far as to check with me what the precise language would be, but it was going to cost $500 or $600, and we couldn't spare the money. It was a pity. I thought it would have livened up the campaign, perhaps pointed up a moral or two. Him from time to time, and I would say we're friends as well as associates.
Now, our resolution doesn't permit us to really go into earlier campaigns other than the 1972 campaign, but knowing what Dick Tuck did during any campaign, including the 72 campaign if he was active, are the things that I've shown you in these exhibits, which Mr. Segretti has identified as his handiwork. Would you say or characterize these things as Tick-Tuck type of activities?
No, I would not.
And
not remotely.
What would the difference be?
Well,
what's characteristic of these activities that would not be characteristic of Dick Tuck's activities?
Well, in the first place, a total lack of humor. In the second place, these are serious, almost vicious allegations with respect to other candidates, which Mr. Tuck has never gone into at all. Mr. Tuck's function really in campaigns is to amuse, to restore sometimes a needed sense of humor to a campaign.
Did he engage in deception or
No, he never engaged in deception. On the contrary, no one was quicker to claim credit for the things he did than Dick Tuck. That was an important part of the activity. He never deceived. It was always clear who was doing things. He was always around, very visible, never went under another name. There was a stunt done in New Hampshire, which I thought Dick Tuck had done for us. He says he did not, but it seems to me a perfect example of a Dick Tuck type activity, although somewhat a little weaker perhaps than some of the things he did, a little gentler maybe, but then it was New Hampshire.
What was that?
In New Hampshire, when any candidate files for the presidential primary, the governor sponsors a sort of coffee and cake reception in the State House after the candidate has filed his papers. And when Senator Muskie went up there in January 1972, they had this reception, and as the guests finished their coffee, they all discovered that underneath the coffee, as they turned up their cups, pasted on the bottom, looking up at you, was a replica of a McGovern campaign button. Now, that doesn't get into the league of some of the things we've been talking about here, but it is, in my view, toward the bottom range of a Dick Tuck type operation. As a matter of fact, I called Dick that afternoon to congratulate him on it, and he said no, he hadn't done it.
Well, did you?
I would assume it was done by a disciple.
Was Dick Tuck, in fact, hired by the McGovern campaign and the 72 campaign?
He was hired late 1971, yes, and remained with the campaign, I think, until around mid-spring of 72.
Was there a particular activity he recommended which you didn't?
Well, he did some things for us. I know it damages his reputation to say so, but Tuck is a good workman in a political campaign on projects that are considered straight. He's a good research man, and he's a good press man. He did some research for us in New York in the 72 campaign, compiling some material from newspapers and other sources on Mayor Lindsay. He did come up with a Dick Tuck type trick in 1972, and we weren't able to do it because we didn't have the money, and I couldn't convince other people in the campaign that it had a high enough priority. Sometime in the summer of 1972, President Nixon went to John Connolly's ranch to meet with a number of Republican contributors at a big barbecue. And they all flew in private airplanes to the airstrip there, and Tuck proposed to put 2 trucks at the airstrip, one a Brinks truck, and the other a simple white panel truck with the Spanish words for Mexican laundry painted on the side. Even went so far as to check with me what the precise language would be, but it was going to cost $500 or $600, and we couldn't spare the money. It was a pity. I thought it would have livened up the campaign. Perhaps pointed up a moral or two.
Now, Mr. McMinoway had testified fairly recently to his activities as a infiltrator in various campaigns, Senator Muskie's campaign in Wisconsin, Senator Humphrey's campaign in Pennsylvania, Senator Humphrey's campaign and Senator McGovern's campaign in California, Senator McGovern's campaign in District of Columbia, and Senator McGovern's headquarters in the Democratic Convention, the Doral Hotel in Miami, and indicated that he had a security post and that he was very close to a number of the top McGovern workers. In fact, actually sat in with Senator McGovern in a suite on the evening of the California delegate vote and sat and watched TV with him. Did you come across or meet Michael McMinoway?
I have no recollection of ever meeting him. I saw him on television last night, and he did not seem familiar to me in any way. I don't recall ever meeting him. On the other hand, people in our campaign have told me that he was used as a volunteer to sit at a desk on the 16th floor of the Hotel Doral and clear people who were going from the 16th floor up to the 17th floor, which is where Senator McGovern was and where the sort of campaign nerve center was. And I'm prepared to believe that he was sitting there, in which case I probably saw him 4 or 5 times a day, but I don't remember ever having had a conversation with him beyond perhaps an exchange of pleasantries as I passed by.
There were a number of buttons that Mr. McMinoway testified to that campaign staff members had, and each was a succeeding of importance in terms of gaining access to certain areas in the headquarters. And he said he had all 3 buttons. Actually, was there a particular button that only a few people had?
Well, there was a special button that the Secret Service issued to perhaps 7 or 8 staff people in each campaign. It was white. It was red before the convention and white afterward, and it said 1972 staff. I know he didn't have one of those.
Well, how many buttons altogether, staff buttons?
I have no idea.
Different
there must
degrees.
have been all kinds of other buttons. And
well, he testified he had all the buttons.
I'll tell you, Mr. Dash, we were not very security conscious at the Doral beyond having a control point where we knew who was coming up to the 17th floor. Beyond that, people could roam around and did.
Well, for a man, though, for a person to receive one of the staff buttons of the ones that gave him access to secure areas, what would be the procedure on the staff before such a person would be given that staff button? How would he be?
Well, we had a man named Anthony Barish who ran the security at the hotel for us, and who probably took volunteers to sit at the desk and probably do a few other things to maintain some order. But actually, we didn't care very much what went on below the 16th floor, and we had that control point there. And I just would assume that he would pass out the buttons.
And would he pass out the buttons to anybody, or just people who, in fact, he employed as staff people?
The people who were working for him.
Yes.
I assume that button probably got him access to the 16th floor, but he could not have. I'm quite sure that he didn't spend that Monday evening with Senator McGovern.
No, Senator McGovern has already given Senator Montoya, which is read in the record this morning, a sworn affidavit that he never seen Mr. McMenaway and denied ever having had him in a
He
suite.
might have come into that room on occasion to deliver a message or something like that, but beyond that, I find it.
Now, Mr. McMenaway also stated that while he was in Milwaukee, he went into the McGovern headquarters in Milwaukee and he observed McGovern workers preparing posters such as "We want a leader, not a crybaby," another type of anti-Muskie posters, and that they were preparing for an anti-Muskie march, and that he also noticed that there were Muskie workers who demonstrated against McGovern workers who had demonstrated against Senator Muskie, and he also noticed that there were McGovern workers who tore off Senator Muskie's signs in the Milwaukee area, and I think also in California. Now, I think prior to your appearing as a witness, I've given you that information, and you may have actually heard his testimony. Have you made any effort to check to see whether or not there is any corroboration of that in the McGovern headquarters in Milwaukee?
I have. I talked to Gene Picorni, who was the director of the McGovern campaign in Wisconsin, and of course neither he nor I can say for sure what went on in every McGovern headquarters in that state at any given time. He does say that the student coordinator that Mr. McMenaway says he was working with was not in the Milwaukee headquarters, that he spent his time in Madison and Eau Claire and other places where there was a student population. But that he says it's possible that sort of thing happened, although he doubts it strongly. I find it very improbable, and so does Picorni, because at that point we did not feel we were running against Senator Muskie. All our polls and all the delegate count we had indicated that at that point it was a two-man race for the nomination between Senator McGovern and Senator Humphrey. We were afraid that Senator Muskie was going to withdraw, and if he did, we felt that his votes would by and large go to Senator Humphrey. And we were anxious to keep him in the race. I think it most improbable that McGovern people would have done anything of an anti-Muskie nature in Wisconsin, in addition to which, partly as Rick Stearns has testified this morning, our polling indicated to us that the strategy Senator McGovern had followed from the beginning in New Hampshire was correct, which was that he should resolutely refrain, and so should his campaign people refrain, from attacking any other candidate. That his strength lay in the fact that he was perceived as a positive candidate rather than a negative one.
Mr. Mankiewicz,
I'd rather be called Buchanan.
Huh? Buchanan?
I'd rather be called Buchanan than McMenaway.
No. I'm referring to a number of the operatives and the agents and names over the period of months that we've been sitting float before us. Mr. Mankiewicz, in these months that have floated before us, actually in the last couple of weeks, we've had testimony about so-called pranks, dirty tricks, political espionage from various witnesses that run the gamut from having certain persons at a rally or at a meeting place hard questions to the candidate, to using stink bombs, to infiltrating, to doing the kinds of things that I've referred to in these exhibits that Mr. Segretti testified that he was engaged in. I think it would be very helpful to the committee if someone with your experience in a presidential campaign could aid us as we begin to look at this range of activity, which unfortunately we've heard was run-of-the-mill, and which you've denied is run-of-the-mill activity. If we could get your recommendations as to if we were to consider looking at campaign activity for the purposes of legislation or recommending codes of ethics even, where you would draw lines in terms of permissible conduct and impermissible conduct.
I think it hinges on the question of deception, Mr. Dash. I think almost anything is permissible if it is identified as to its source. In other words, if a McGovern supporter wants to go to a Muskie rally where there will be a question period and ask a hard question of Senator Muskie, I see nothing objectionable about that. If, on the other hand, he is secretly a Nixon supporter posing as, let's say, a McGovern supporter or a Humphrey supporter in order not only to ask a question of the candidate but to embarrass the candidate he is allegedly supporting, that's something else again. I think the whole question goes to one of deception. I think probably the most damaging thing in the political arena is if we come to believe that a piece of literature identified as coming from one candidate in fact does not come from him but comes from somebody else, because then nothing will be believable. Then if a candidate makes a statement on an issue, one will not be able to know whether indeed he made that statement, stands behind it, supports it. When a piece of literature comes out and says Muskie for president or so-and-so for senator, one has to believe that that is indeed where it's coming from. And if we can no longer believe that, then I think the process has been perhaps irreparably damaged. I would hope that there could be legislation proposed here that would outlaw that kind of
doesn't that actually
deception.
go to the heart of it, Mr. Mankiewicz, when you point your finger at deception? Such activities as infiltration, deception and misrepresentation as one who was in fact working for that candidate when he is in fact a spy and paid or even a volunteer in giving back information.
If somebody was working,
leaflets, if the free election system is to permit candidates to express their positions and present issues to the American electorate, is there any room in American politics, in the free society we call our American free society, for any political party, whether it be the Democratic Party or the Republican Party, to promote the kind of deceptive practices that manipulate votes through misrepresentation?
I not only believe there is no place for it, I believe there has not until 1972, until the Nixon campaign of 1972, been any place for it. I don't think it's existed, but now we know that it can be done. And I must say that I heard Mr. Buckley testify a couple of days ago that he didn't think there was any crime involved in taking documents from one a candidate under the guise of working for him and being a messenger, photographing them and turning them over to the other candidate.
Does this offend your sense of
well, if it's not illegal,
ethics?
Yeah, it does. It only offends my sense of ethics. I find it hard to believe that it's not illegal, and if it isn't, it should be. If a man goes to work in a presidential campaign and claims to be supporting the candidate he's working for and is secretly being paid by somebody else, that also ought to be illegal. And if a statement is put out on Senator X's stationery when in fact it's the statement of Senator Y, or more likely President Y, then that ought to be illegal as well. The question, of course, goes to sanctions.
Ordinarily, the criminal sanction may not actually be
well, that's
an
right.
election,
That's
a
right.
very effective one.
I would hope that the committee might turn its attention to the question of sanction in the electoral area.
Could you give us a suggestion as, as a kind of area?
I haven't given it a great deal of thought, but it seems to me that if the penalty, for example, for this kind of illegal behavior were, to make an analogy in sports, if a fighter hits below the belt, he loses the round, and he can win the fight only by winning a majority of the rounds, that's a serious penalty.
Now, the analogy in the election would be what?
Maybe the candidate loses that state. Maybe he's ineligible to be on the ballot. I don't know. I'm just throwing these out. I don't suggest for a minute that they're reasonable solutions or even constitutional ones, but it seems to me that if the penalty went in that direction rather than saying you've got to pay a fine of $100 or the candidate can sue you and 5 years later find that you're judgment proof and not collect anything, or it's a misdemeanor and you may have to pay a fine or be on probation or whatever it is. I don't think that's enough. I think we have to look at different kinds of penalties because we're dealing with a very fundamental kind of activity.
Well, Mr. Mankiewicz, we did not, in asking you to come as a witness, either give you the time nor ask you to prepare specific recommendations, but I think with your experience and the research you're presently doing, it would be very helpful to the committee if you would think a little about these things, and if you have some recommendations you'd like to submit to the committee, we would appreciate it very much, because I think So the kinds of recommendations ought to be workable and practical ones, and not theoretical ones. And I think coming from a person who was active in a campaign and was in the pit, I think that we would perhaps be able to find that a much more useful recommendation. Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions at this time.
In a moment, we will be back with Fred Thompson's questions about what kind of political intelligence McGovern forces had gathered. Public television coverage of the Senate hearings will continue after station identification.
Unabridged coverage of the hearings is being broadcast as a public service by your local public television station. This is PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPACT continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, NPACT correspondent Jim Lehrer.
As we go back to the hearings, the witness is George McGovern's campaign director, Frank Mankiewicz.
Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mankiewicz, do I understand your opinion is that the Segretti activities did not really influence that many votes, but it caused disruption in the opposing camps and caused disharmony and discord among the various Democratic candidates?
That's substantially correct, yes.
Is there not an inherent effort, say, in a primary campaign among the Democratic candidates themselves to create a certain amount of disharmony among the various candidates opposing that person?
Not if I understand your question correctly. My answer would
well,
be no.
I'll get right to the point. I came across something that I'd like to ask you about, because I'm not sure of the import of it myself. Mr. Mr. Richard Doherty, who I believe was, what position did he hold in the campaign?
He was traveling press secretary after the convention.
In his book, Goodbye, Mr. Christian, which I believe just came out. Have you had a chance to read this book, many
I've
chance?
read in it very briefly. I haven't had a chance to read it.
I notice here on page 69, the bottom paragraph, and I've not had a chance to read the entire book. It says, and I believe this is in November, December of 1971 when this came about. It says, in the mail next morning was a memo from Gary Hart addressed to Mankiewicz, Grelnick, and me. It said, we should move the story in whatever mysterious ways such stories are moved, that the Muskie campaign is urging committed McGovern supporters to switch to Muskie to stop Hubert Humphrey. Humphrey is being used as the villain to encourage liberals to rally around the Muskie candidacy. We should drive the wedge deeper, but use it against Muskie in such a way as to increase Humphrey's determination and displeasure with Muskie. Do you recall that memorandum, which according to him was sent to you?
I don't recall the memorandum, but I recall that feeling and that discussion, yes.
Well, could you enlighten us as to what...
Well, I see a great deal of difference there.
Well, I'm not trying to draw any comparison.
If what you mean is I mean, I see that, Mr. Thompson, as the driving of an electoral wedge, in Gary Hart's phrase, rather than a personal one. I think what he was saying was that Senator Muskie's people were at that time, it was really our Valley Forge there at the end of December. Our supporters were melting away, and there hadn't been very many of them to begin with. What Senator Muskie was doing, and rather effectively at that time, was suggesting to people in the Democratic Party that if they didn't want Senator Humphrey to be the nominee, then he was the alternative, and they'd better rally around him and not be divided between him and Senator McGovern. And what Gary Hart was saying was, let's try to combat that by whatever the device was that he was talking about, by pointing out that...
about leaking a story, I assume.
Well, leaking is a pejorative word there. What he was describing a fact, and he was saying we ought to get the press.
In what,
yeah, well,
in whatever mysterious way such stories are moved.
Get the press to write about it. Gary always professed an ignorance of the craft of a press secretary, which we were very zealous to guard, because the fact is there is no craft at all. But you have to maintain the proposition that there is. But what he was saying was, let's get the proposition across somehow to the public that we know, which is that Muskie is trying to do this, when in fact there's still a contest going on, and we should keep the division between the Humphrey supporters and the Muskie supporters, but not over questions of personality.
Sure. But
not over the question of whether one of them is guilty of some terrible sexual deviation, but only as to their issues on the positions on the issue.
I'm not trying to relate this to anything.
I understand.
I mean, we have to, I think, draw an overall picture as to whether or not the falling out among the various candidates, that's what it was, had to do with what Donald Segretti or some of his people did, totally, or whether it was in part due to the natural operations of a political campaign and stories, you know, whether they're true or not, that are designed to, quote, increase the candidate's determination and displeasure with another candidate. Yeah. That's my only...
Well, it's unquestionably a mixed question. There are all kinds of reasons that go into it, but I think the anger and the rancor and the bitterness was far stronger this year than it had ever been, and I think it is, at least in large part, attributable to this kind of campaigning.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you'll allow me, I'll give a plug to your new book, which I believe is coming out very soon, is it not?
Yes, it is.
And what's the name of that book?
It's called Perfectly Clear, Nixon from Whittier to Watergate.
Could you discuss the matters concerning the significance of the sabotaging in the primary, the Segretti-type activities in your book?
I go into it to some extent, yes.
How did you analyze it there, substantially as you did here today? Did you have anything to add in that?
No. The major emphasis that I placed there was on this larger question of to what extent has this kind of activity taken place in other campaigns.
And you analyzed the previous campaigns of 68, 64?
60, and I guess 56.
all the way back to every presidential campaign back to 56?
Yeah, and some in 1952 as well.
All right. What did you find, for example, as a matter of comparison? Is the unique factor of this situation the fact of the Segretti type activities, the attributing of certain literature to a person who did not in fact sponsor that literature? Is that the unique part? Or we're not saying that unfair advantage and improper activities have never occurred in any previous campaigns?
No, I was talking, in my discussions with people in other campaigns, I was talking more about the more lurid things that we've heard about before this committee, wiretapping, the placing of spies, that sort of thing. I asked each of those campaign managers, I said, if you had the guaranteed opportunity without any fear of detection of having a full electronic surveillance and wiretap on everything the opposing candidate and his headquarters were doing every day, plus a few well-trained spies at every headquarters, would you do it? And without exception, they all said no, they would not.
Well, I know Mr. Cliff White, for example, one of the gentlemen you mentioned, and yourself, and of course Senator Baker said the other day that he felt like the professional politician has taken a bum route throughout this whole thing.
I agree.
Would you agree that pretty much what we have seen in way of testimony has not been something that has been thought out or carried out by a professional politician in the way that you would describe one?
That's right. The point I've made is that it is not characteristic in any way of Republican or Democratic campaigns.
We've heard some talk, some testimony, I believe, alluding to the 5 o'clock club in the previous campaign where they met at the White House and discussed various aspects. Do you have any of the campaign? Do you have any familiarity with that kind of activity that was discussed there?
I discussed that with Mr. Meyer Feldman, who was chairman of that group in the 1964 campaign. That is a rather mysterious name for really a sort of immediate issues group. The function of that group was to find out what Senator Goldwater either had just said or was about to say, and provide surrogates, although in those days they didn't have that word, with information with which to answer him, preferably on the scene, preferably before he spoke. That involved sending volunteers over to pick up advance copies of speeches and press releases and schedules. Jim Haggerty, by the way, told me that in 1956 he arranged with his counterpart at the Democratic campaign to exchange schedules and speech texts so that they wouldn't be bothered sending volunteers over to pick them up. And Cliff White commented on the practice of football coaches in exchanging the films and said he thought that probably was a better analogy, or at least one that ought to be practiced.
Are you familiar with, I think, a recent story, I believe, by Mr. Lissagore, where I believe he states that former President Johnson told him that Senator Goldwater was during the campaign, was going to announce that he was going to send Ike to Vietnam if elected, and that subsequently Mr. Goldwater did make that announcement. And there was some question as to how that information was obtained. Do you recall that story, or do you know any circumstances about it?
I do not.
You mentioned Mr. Stuart Mott, and you said you were concerned at one point that he might have been the author of the Citizens for a Liberal Alternative. At what point did this matter reach your attention, and at what point did you become
I think it was
concerned?
during the New Hampshire primary, and I believe it was Burl Bernhardt, who was the manager of the Muskie campaign, called me and told me about the leaflet, and I got a copy of it, and said that he thought this was a very bad thing, that we shouldn't have done it. And I said, well, we didn't do it, but I must say it looks to me as though maybe Stuart Mott did it, and we have absolutely no control over him.
What caused you to think that?
Well, if you look at the other leaflet that Mott did do, it has the same sort of tone.
Which came out first?
I think the true Mott document, whatever it's called, the Citizens Responsibility Project or whatever it was.
Mr. Mott, I believe, contributed approximately $350,000 to Senator Muskie's campaign, did he not?
No, Senator McGovern's campaign.
I'm sorry, Senator McGovern's.
He did, but only from June of 1972 on, or perhaps earlier than that, slightly earlier. At the time we're speaking of, he had not become a supporter of Senator McGovern's and did not do so until, I think, after Wisconsin. He made a rather small contribution early in the campaign and told us that he was making a similar contribution to 3 other candidates. Then he made us a loan at one point for the purpose, I think, of a television broadcast, which we repaid. And then he made his major contribution over the late spring and summer.
Did you have any personal contact with him during any of this period of time?
Yes, I did.
Did he furnish various homes for meetings and things like that?
No, what he did, as Rick Stearns testified this morning, he assumed that somehow the McCarthy, Lindsay, Chisholm, McGovern, and perhaps some other candidates could somehow get together, and he provided his home occasionally as a meeting for representatives from those campaigns, which we always dutifully attended because we had high hopes that eventually he'd support us and make a substantial contribution. But he never provided his home that I know of for a McGovern meeting during that time.
Would you agree that the piece that he put out, his own material, was a pretty scurrilous piece of literature referring to Senator Muskie as a liar and that his father was a draft dodger and things of this nature?
What was your characterization of it? Scurrilous? I wouldn't argue with that characterization.
Did you ever talk to him about that?
I urged him on a number of occasions not to do it.
Did it ever come to your attention that there had been a discussion or a plan at one point in the campaign to plant a spy aboard either the Nixon or the Agnew campaign plane?
Late in the campaign in the fall, I would say late September, maybe October, I believe, there was a proposal not to plant a spy, but a proposal by a would-be spy to take on that activity, a young journalist who had some credentials, and I think proposed, not to me, but I believe to Ted Van Dyke, that he would go on the Agnew plane and keep his ears open and see if he could pick up any of the kind of gaffes and statements that were made on the Agnew plane in 1968. And I think he wanted us to pay his expenses, and we turned it down.
How did it come to your attention?
I think Van Dyke, I may be wrong about this, but I think Van Dyke and Henry Kimmelman, who was our finance chairman, met with me and described the possibility and said that this offer had been made, and we decided for a variety of reasons not to do it.
Did they present it to you as in the nature of a possible program that might be carried out, and the three of you were to decide together as to whether or not it would be?
Well, they reported that the offer had been made, yeah. I think everyone's disposition was to turn it down, and I think everybody had his own reasons for it, for turning it down.
You know Mr. Rodney Smith?
I'm not sure how well I know him. I know he worked for us in the campaign.
Did you ever discuss this matter with him?
No.
Do you know whether or not the situation had reached the point where false credentials had been obtained for the young man?
My understanding was that he had credentials.
He already had credentials to
Yeah.
get aboard the Agnew?
Yeah. Well, I assume they would have been sufficient. I mean, he was in fact representing a couple of publications, and that he felt at least that those would be sufficient. But it never got to that.
What was the proposal? That he find out what he could and report it back to you?
Yeah, that he was sort of going to be the same kind of thing that Murray Chotiner provided on our plane. We didn't know about Chapman's friends at that time, but that was in effect what he was proposing.
What was Walter Sheridan's function during the campaign, Mr. Mankiewicz?
Walter was an investigator He's one of the best investigators and for a while investigative reporters that I know of. He was employed in the McGovern campaign. I'm a little hazy on the dates, but the financial records would show it. I would think perhaps mid-August, and worked until the middle of October when we temporarily at least ran out of money, or at least indicated that maybe we'd made our last payroll. His main job was to report to me on the status of the Watergate investigation, the Watergate case. I was traveling with Senator McGovern at that time. There was very little news about Watergate except in Washington, and Walter's job was not only to keep us up to date on the material that appeared in the press, but also to try to stay a little bit ahead of it. He knows a lot of reporters and was able from time to time to tell us stories that were going to appear or were about to appear, and in that way we were able to keep Senator McGovern up to date on Watergate day by day. In addition, he also did a rundown on the executive committee or whatever it was. It turned out, I guess, to be the whole committee of the Democrats for Nixon, to let us know which ones of them were in trouble with the government and which ones were only in prospective trouble with the government. He did that by consulting public records over at the Justice Department and FTC and elsewhere. Those were his major jobs. He may have had a couple of other things that he undertook from time to time, but he was basically reporting to me.
Why would you need to know what Democrats for Nixon were in trouble with the government?
Because it seemed to me, frankly, Mr. Thompson, that was the reason they were Democrats for Nixon.
Is that they were in trouble with the government somehow?
I had a feeling that perhaps that might have animated some of them, yes.
How was this material? Did you have any basis for that knowledge, or was that an assumption on your part?
Well, it was in part an assumption. We knew that some of them had some kind of tax trouble and that sort of thing. And
you know how many Democrats for Nixon there were in the country, according to their figures anyway?
Well, I imagine a sizable number of Democrats voted for Nixon. The number that were members of that organization, I have no idea.
What about John Connally? Did you assume that possibly he was in trouble with the government? That was the reason he hated the Democrats for Nixon?
No. No.
Did you obtain any information on him?
No.
Why?
Why did we not? I guess there wasn't any of the kind we were looking for. No, I wasn't thinking.
You had to look in order to make that determination, didn't you?
I wasn't thinking of Secretary Connally. We always assumed that he was in the process of moving to the Republican Party in any event. He'd served as Secretary of the Treasury. There was every reason for him to support Nixon.
There were just certain Democrats for Nixon?
Well, they used to take ads, and they'd list about 20 or 30 sort of prominent types. I mean, as it turned out, of course, the Committee to Re-elect the President was paying all the bills of that organization. It wasn't really an organization at all, so it's hard to determine how many members it had.
Did Mr. Sheridan ever check these names with the Justice Department or the Price Commission or any other governmental agency?
He either did himself or headed up a small force of volunteers who would monitor the list of contributors that the Nixon campaign would publish from time to time when it began to comply with the April 7th Financing Act. And we would run those names against decisions of the Price Commission to see if any of them had received favorable consideration. We found out some things through that device. I think we found out about Clement Stone's insurance company getting an unlimited price increase that way.
What about the Justice Department?
I'm not sure whether he ever developed any information from the public records of the Justice Department or not.
But you're sure that they were all from public records?
Oh, yes. Yes, I am. As you recall, the Justice Department was not very hospitable to our campaign at that time.
Well,
at that point,
you know, there's not a complete turnover in the Justice Department when the administration's changed, as I'm sure you know.
By 1972, it looked pretty complete to me.
Do you have any information concerning Dick Tuck having printed the phone numbers of the top GOP staff attending the Republican convention and publishing the phone numbers?
No, I don't, but but it's plausible. I don't know what he did at the Republican convention. At both conventions, he published a newspaper called Reliable Source, which had some funny stories.
But you don't know anything about this particular incident?
No, I don't.
Personal knowledge.
No, I don't.
Did the McGovern campaign have what is referred to as a truth squad? Or what you referred to in the campaign as a truth squad?
I understand a truth squad to be a collection of usually public officials following the other candidate around, correcting what the candidate believes to be errors and untruths from city to city. In that sense, we did not, because the other candidate didn't go around and campaign. There was no one to follow.
Did you have any method or procedure whereby you developed information on people in the administration during the campaign?
Could you be more explicit?
Well, the people surrounding the president, for example, any information concerning any of these people, which could be used in some political way. I mean,
only, I think, only in respect to their participation, or only to the extent of their participation in Watergate.
Only with regard to the Watergate?
I believe that's the only thing I recall.
I believe you have stated previously to us that Mr. Sheridan furnished you with a notebook of some kind, or you kept a notebook which he supplemented, and you did not recall if you still had that. Do you know today whether or not you have that?
I don't, Mr. Thompson, but if I don't have it, I know where it is. And if you still want that, I believe I can furnish it.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Mankiewicz, all throughout the hearings we've heard some of the witnesses say in an exculpatory manner, they use the words or the phrase or the sentence, "they all do it," or "it's politics as usual with respect to dirty tricks." Now, can you capsulize your reaction to this and tell us whether it is general or whether it is prevalent in every election, and if not, why do you think so?
I think those statements are part of the cover-up, Senator, and I think they're very damaging. I think if we come out of these hearings with a substantial number of the American people believing that this sort of thing is politics as usual and that they all do it, that the country will have suffered very badly. I don't believe it's politics as usual. As I said, I don't think anybody else does it. I know we didn't. I don't know of any other campaign that did, and in the course of my talking to people in other presidential campaigns, I'm convinced that it is only the Nixon campaigns that do this.
Well, I've been in many campaigns myself, and these instances are very isolated. They're not politics as usual. And when they do occur, we uncover them. And I'm referring to quite a few instances in the last 12 years in state, local, and national campaigns. But would you agree with me that this is the first time that this kind of an approach, a dirty tricks approach, has been under the auspices of a presidential campaign structure?
With the possible exception of 1968. I'm not convinced about 1968, but certainly in general, yes, I would agree with that statement.
Would you say that this was broader than 1968?
Yes. Yes, I would. I think this is, at least the evidence that's come out certainly is totally unprecedented as far as many of the activities are concerned.
Now, can you tell us about the other dirty tricks that were practiced on the McGovern campaign and who they were practiced by?
Well, Senator, I am unable to identify who they were done by. And it may be that many of the things that we now categorize as dirty tricks that were done to the McGovern campaign were by freelance people, by a certain number of kooks that I guess one always runs into in a political campaign. But I think with all of the evidence that we have here, there's a reasonable presumption that some, if not all of them, were done by agents of the Nixon campaign. I spoke of the event in New Hampshire. There were I would say between 20, 30, 40 cases throughout the campaign, not only in the spring but also in the fall, when the people who were in charge of McGovern campaign events would be called and told that whoever was calling was from the McGovern campaign and the event was not going to take place, the senator's not coming, or changing the date or the time, when in fact that was not the case. The result of that would be to delay preparations for the meeting for a day or so, then it'd be put back on. We have evidence that in Los Angeles, for example, just prior to a big rally at the sports arena, every radio station in town was called at about 5 o'clock that evening by someone purporting to be from the McGovern press office announcing the meeting had been canceled. And that cancellation was then put out on all the radio stations, and it cost us a full house by the time we were able to correct the report. There are a lot of examples of that. There are a lot of examples of traditional Democratic leaders and labor people being phoned at embarrassing times with insulting messages and being told to be at a certain meeting which never took place. I'm thinking particularly in New Jersey a couple of times. Labor people in Jersey City and I believe in Newark were called and peremptorily ordered to be at a meeting with Sergeant Shriver at 8 o'clock in the morning. They were called about 5:30 or 6 in the morning, told that there was the McGovern coordinator calling and ordered to be at a meeting at 8, which of course had never been scheduled. There was no such meeting. There was an awful lot of that going on, and I think that contributed to a lot of the bitterness in the Democratic Party as well.
What about the call to President Meany of the AFL-CIO?
Well, that call came prior to the Democratic Convention, about a week before. Someone called President Meany's secretary, asked to speak to Mr. Meany, was told that he was not there. The caller said, well, this is Gary Hart, Senator McGovern's campaign manager, and if Mr. Meany knows what's good for him, he'll be in New York tomorrow to meet with Senator McGovern. It did not better relations between Mr. Meany and Senator McGovern. Indeed, it embittered them, and I have a feeling that perhaps to this day they still think.
This call?
I believe it was about 3 or 4 days later, because at that time we were trying to set up such a meeting.
And what did you do about the call?
Well, Gary Hart was told about it from, I believe, a columnist who reports generally on labor matters. And he called and said that Mr. Meany was furious that this call had been made and had no intention now of meeting with Senator McGovern and was angry. And Gary said that he had not made such a call, and indeed he'd been out of the city on the day the call was supposed to be made. He endeavored to tell Mr. Meany's secretary that he had not made the call. We tried to make it clear that we had not, but I think they believed that he had. And certainly there was no evidence in the record at that time to indicate that anybody else was doing that sort of activity.
Were there any calls to Walter Cronkite?
Walter Cronkite called me one day in late September, I believe, and asked me if I had called him the night before. And I said, no, I had not. And he then proceeded to tell me of a very curious call in which someone had phoned pretending to be me and had discussed with the Cronkite an arrangement. He said, this person pretending to be me said, you know, Walter, we have this arrangement where McGovern gets 80% of the news coverage and Nixon gets 20%, and I just want to tell you it's going fine, but the press is starting to notice it, and you better shift the balance a little bit. And I think at that point Mr. Cronkite got a little suspicious. He got angry at the caller, and he said it didn't sound very much like me, but he thought perhaps it was a bad connection, or maybe I had a cold or something. But the caller seemed to know my schedule because he mentioned to Mr. Cronkite that I was going to be in New York, whatever the day was, when indeed we were going to be in New York. So it had at least that air of plausibility. I've never been able to understand the reason for that, except possibly in the hopes that maybe Mr. Cronkite would think there was humor involved and might say something to suggest that there was such an arrangement, and if the call was taped, he might later see it in print somewhere. That's his belief, that he was being set up.
What about the Arab endorsement by the committee, by the Action Committee on Arab Relations in California? Do you know about that?
I remember it, and I have always suspected it. That's a paper committee that Mr. Mady runs, It is a committee that exulted publicly over the assassination of Robert Kennedy. I remember that very well, and I found it difficult to believe that committee would endorse Senator McGovern without some inducement, but I was never able to prove that one had been provided.
Did you ascertain whether or not it was a legitimate committee?
I had made up my mind some time before that it was not.
Mm-hmm. Did you ask for the endorsement of this committee on behalf of Senator McGovern?
No, at no time. At no time, and indeed we specifically repudiated it at that time.
But it was advertised, wasn't it?
Yes, it was, and it continued to be advertised long after we had repudiated it.
Now, what about the demonstration in the Doral Hotel lobby in Miami?
Well, Senator,
do you think that was staged?
I thought at the time there was something wrong with it. The lobby filled up with a number of people dressed in what used to be a bizarre manner, even for Miami Beach. They had a number of it seemed to me, incoherent complaints against Senator McGovern. Some of them wanted to know why Stuart Mott, who had a lot of General Motors stock, was supporting Senator McGovern when General Motors was committing some terrible act somewhere in the world. I forget what it was. They were not the kind of complaints one ordinarily heard. They filled the lobby and seemed to me to be provoking a conflict with the police. I spoke during that day to Chief Pomerantz in the Miami Beach Police Department and told him that under any circumstances we did not want a confrontation with the police, and he agreed with me. The hotel, of course, wanted only to get those people out of there and were willing to call the police to do so. I finally went down and talked to them and made a deal that if Senator McGovern would come and talk to them, they'd leave, and they did finally leave. But it struck me at the time that they were not hippies, but people dressed like hippies. And then when I heard Mr. Hunt's testimony that he had gotten Bernard Barker to hire some hippies to walk around the hotels in Miami Beach and embarrass Senator McGovern, I felt that my judgment had been confirmed.
Were there similar situations throughout the country during the course of the campaign?
There were, Senator, but I'm not prepared to say that any or all of them were stimulated by the opposition. They may have been. Certainly, we now know that it would have been in character for them to have been stimulated. There were a number of, it seemed to me, an extraordinary number of people showing up at McGovern meetings with signs saying "Gays for McGovern," in general, I think there probably was an attempt to make it seem that the McGovern campaign had an unusual number of bizarre people attached to it. We had Mr. Porter's testimony here that I think it was Mr. Colson hired a picket to wear bizarre clothing and parade up and down in front of the White House with a McGovern button. I would imagine that was duplicated at various times around the country.
Did you have any break-ins at the different McGovern headquarters throughout the country?
There were some. There was a break-in in the Ohio headquarters, and a tile in the ceiling had been tampered with, leading the people there to believe that an attempt had been made to place a bug. There were some other break-ins at various headquarters around the country, and some under suspicious circumstances. But you see, at the time, we didn't have the information that we have now, that this was part of the M.O. of the Nixon campaign.
What about the computerized list in California? What can you tell us about that?
Well, in California, our campaign was run in large part by a man named Miles Rubin, who had been in New Hampshire and had observed firsthand the success we had at, in effect, cataloging every voter, Democratic voter in the state, and going after them to find out their preferences, rating them on a scale of 1 to 5 on how they felt about Senator McGovern, and then going out and pulling them on election day. I think we got every vote there was in New Hampshire by that technique. But that's a small state and there are very few Democratic voters. In California there are a couple of million, but Mr. Rubin decided that with the aid of a computer he'd be able to do the same thing, and he did. He hired a company called Computer Ideas, which is a firm that had worked for Democratic candidates in the past. And through our volunteers, and we had, you recall, nearly 1 million of them in California, we were able to put on a computer list the name, address, phone number, age, race, sex, occupation of about 95% of the Democrats in the state. And we then had on that printout whether they favored Senator McGovern, were leaning toward him, were undecided, were leaning against him, or were opposed to him. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And we used that list on primary day to pull out the people we thought would be our voters. Now that firm was either incompetent or worse during the primary. We had a lot of fights with them. They weren't around when we needed them. They left a lot of mail on sidings. Indeed, at the end of the campaign, there was so much undelivered mail that I think they made us a substantial refund. But we had won the campaign, and so we didn't worry so much about our grievances against them. But then I discovered just a few months ago that that firm had been bought before we hired them by Mr. Kalmbach and his associates. Whether they deliberately sabotaged us during the primary or not, I don't know. But I do know that after the primary, Mr. Kalmbach was then in control of a computerized list of every Democrat in the state of California with his preferences as to Senator McGovern. In California, if you don't get the votes of a substantial portion of Democrats and you're a Republican candidate, you don't carry the state. And I believe quite firmly that the possession of that list and the ability to mail directly to the 4s and 5s on that list may very well have made the difference in California in November.
Mankiewicz, my time is up. I'll now defer to Senator Weicker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have just one question. I've been trying to refresh my recollection of matters raised at the very outset of these hearings. And specifically, as I recall, both in testimony given before the committee and in inquiries which I made of the Internal Security Division of the Justice Department, I think the committee and I were led to believe that the information given by the Internal Security Division of the Justice Department to Mr. McCord and to the Committee to Re-elect the President was also made available to the Democratic candidates. Could you comment upon that? Was there any relationship between Mr. McGovern's campaign and the Internal Security Division?
I remember that testimony, Senator, and at the time I tried to get a statement out that it was false, that at no time did we receive any information from the Internal Security Division or anywhere else in the Justice Department, or for that matter anywhere else in the government except the Secret Service.
There was no contact between Mr. Mitchell's office or any other department, the Justice Department and the McGovern campaign?
Only covertly, as it turns out.
Would you say that the record is quite adequate as the place to draw the line as to what you investigate as far as your opponent is concerned? You've had a great deal of experience here, and the concept of spying has been thrown out on the table. I, of course, flatly reject it. I don't think it has any part in American campaigns, and to go through all these convolutions and academic exercises to justify it, I think, is a lot of nonsense. But clearly people are looking for where to draw the line insofar as investigation is concerned. And to me, in any event, and I'd like to have your comment on it, the line is a very simple one to draw. That which is a matter of the public record is fair game in the course of a political campaign.
I'd go beyond that, Senator, and say not only a question of examining public records, but also acting in a campaign in an open manner, that is, making no attempt to conceal who you are or for whom you're working. I think a more serious question, even than the pouring through trash, for example, or checking on a candidate's personal habits, which I agree is a dangerous precedent, but I think even more dangerous than that is this practice of putting out statements in the name of one candidate when in fact they're paid for and put out by another. I think that goes right to the heart of the process.
I'd agree. I meant to restrict myself strictly to the investigatory process.
Well,
I would agree on these other matters also. I might add that even if a more sophisticated Washington doesn't get the message, I was interested in noting the other day a poll taken by a very well-known polling firm across the United States asked the question as to whether or not the White House spying on the personal lives of politicians was a justified act or a proper act, and the answer from the American people came back 83% to 8% no, so that maybe some people might be trying to justify this kind of business before the committee, but as usual, the American voter has pretty good sense on these matters. He's not buying it up, is what I'm saying.
I noticed that finding, Senator, with considerable gratification as well.
I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
One more question. Do you have any reason to believe that the phones at any of the McGovern headquarters were tapped during the course of the campaign?
I have no proof of it, Senator, but I believe that there were from time to time. It seemed to me that a number of private conversations between me and, for the most part, Senator McGovern himself at his Senate office became known very quickly under circumstances which indicated to me that somebody else must have been listening, because they were not matters that either Senator McGovern or I would be talking about. Now, it's possible they might have been overheard in some other way, but again, considering what we know, I would, until I can establish to the contrary, I would be inclined to think that perhaps they were.
Well, as a matter of fact, whenever a telephone is bugged, it's very hard to detect it, isn't it?
I believe that to be correct, yes.
I think that's been the expert testimony that used
Yes.
here.
I see testimony from time to time by telephone company executives that you don't hear clickings on the line.
And specifically, as I recall, both in testimony given before the committee and in inquiries which I made of the Internal Security Division of the Justice Department, I think the committee and I were led to believe that the information given by the Internal Security Division of the Justice Department to Mr. McCord and to the committee to re-elect the president was also made available to the Democratic candidates. Could you comment upon that? Was there any relationship between Mr. McGovern's campaign and the Internal Security Division?
I remember that testimony, Senator, and at the time I tried to get a statement out that it was false, that at no time did we receive any information from the Internal Security Division or anywhere else in the Justice Department, or for that matter anywhere else in the government except the Secret Service.
There was no contact between Mr. Mitchell's office or any other department, the Justice Department and the McGovern campaign?
Only covertly, as it turns out.
Would you say that the record is quite adequate as the place to draw the line as to what you investigate as far as your opponent is concerned? You've had a great deal of experience here, and the concept of spying has been thrown out on the table. I, of course, flatly reject it. I don't think it has any part in American campaigns, and to go through all these convolutions and academic exercises to justify it, I think is a lot of nonsense. But clearly people are looking for where to draw the line insofar as investigation is concerned. And to me, in any event, and I'd like to have your comment on it, the line is a very simple one to draw. That which is a matter of the public record is fair game in the course of a political campaign.
I'd go beyond that, Senator, and say not only a question of examining public records, but also acting in a campaign in an open manner, that is, making no attempt to conceal who you are or for whom you're working. I think a more serious question, even than the pouring through trash, for example, or checking on a candidate's personal habits, which I agree is a dangerous precedent, but I think even more dangerous than that is this practice of putting out statements in the name of one candidate when in fact they're paid for and put out by another. I think that goes right to the heart of the process.
I'd agree. I meant to restrict myself strictly to the investigatory process.
Well,
I would agree on these other matters also. I might add that even if a more sophisticated Washington doesn't get the message, I was interested in noting the other day at a poll taken by a very well-known polling firm across the United States. I asked the question as to whether or not the White House spying on the personal lives of politicians was a justified act or a proper act, and the answer from the American people came back 83% to 8% no, so that maybe some people might be trying to justify this kind of business before the committee, but as usual, the American voter has pretty good sense on these matters. He's not buying it up, is what I'm saying.
I noticed that finding, Senator, with considerable gratification as well.
I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
One more question. Do you have any reason to believe that the phones at any of the McGovern headquarters were tapped during the course of the campaign?
I have no proof of it, Senator, but I believe that they were from time to time. It seemed to me that a number of private conversations between me and, for the most part, Senator McGovern himself at his Senate office became known very quickly under circumstances which indicated to me that somebody else must have been listening, because they were not matters that either Senator McGovern or I would be talking about. Now, it's possible they might have been overheard in some other way, but again, considering what we know, I would, until I can establish to the contrary, I would be inclined to think that perhaps they were.
Well, as a matter of fact, whenever a telephone is bugged, it's very hard to detect it, isn't it?
I believe that to be correct, yes.
I think that's been the expert testimony that used
yes.
here.
I see testimony from time to time by telephone company executives that you don't hear clickings on the line or anything like that, that it's impossible to detect, and I believe that's correct.
Now, do you have any suggestions as to what this committee should do to try to clean politics in the United States and to try to prevent the very things that happen by way of dirty tricks?
Well, I share some of the belief that was expressed by Mr. Stearns this morning that you're not going to be able to legislate decency, and that an enormous amount of decency in American politics depends on the character of the people who are practicing it. We've made it almost for 200 years now with only one campaign that exhibits these characteristics, and I think that's not a bad record if you look at it that way. I think there are legal legislative loopholes. I think espionage, purporting to work for another candidate when you're being paid by someone else should be illegal if it's not already. I think stealing political material from a campaign for the purpose of using it in another campaign can be reached. I think the kind of thing we've talked about here of publishing a press release or a leaflet in the name of one candidate when in fact he is not responsible for the material should be dealt with very severely. I think people ought to be able to count on the fact that when they see something from a candidate that it is indeed from him. Beyond that, I think the question of financing is of course a very serious one, but I think that seems to be being dealt with. I think we ought to be heading in the direction of public financing. But in general, I think the question of disclosure so that at all times people should be able to know for whom a candidate, for which candidate somebody is working, is crucial. But I think we can also be stampeded into a lot of legislation that may not be needed, because what is really needed is that we nominate and ultimately elect to public office and support in campaigns people who have a respect for the system. And in general, we've had that.
What about situations where vilification, libelous statements are made in advertisements, say on the eve of election, when you can't deny them or repel them in any way?
I think that's a difficult area. Libel, free speech is all mixed in there. I know there are some states that will not permit any paid political material to go out in the 3 days before an election or the 4 days before. I think that's probably useful. But still, you can't prevent a candidate from saying anything he wants, even on election eve. But I think people are getting a little sophisticated about that sort of thing and probably tend to reject it anyway. I think ultimately you've got to rely on the good sense of the voter.
And most of this deceptive material is usually under the name of some fake committee.
Well, there I think you can reach it. I think the whole question of committees and who's responsible for them should be tightened up, and I think there should be much stiffer penalties. I think if somebody went off to jail for that sort of thing, or as I said, if some political penalty were imposed somewhere along the line, then I think it would stop quickly.
Do you have any other suggestions?
No, Senator, I must say I haven't really given an awful lot of thought to legislative solutions, because I have felt right along that what we were witnessing here was not a breakdown of the system, but a deliberate assault on it by a group of men who had no respect for it. And that will happen even if you have the toughest laws in the world, as long as they're prepared to break them.
Thank you, sir.
Chairman, just one question to follow up on what Mr. Mankiewicz has been saying. You've been speaking about drawing the line of deception and relying on the good sense of the voter. And I'd like to just ask about one other activity which has come before this committee, and that is where there are large ads that take up a full page of a newspaper, which are indeed, the text of the ad is drafted by, say, the Committee for the Re-election of the President. The payment of the ads is paid out of campaign funds of the Committee to elect the President. But there's no indication on any citizen who reads that ad in the newspaper that it comes from the Committee to re-elect the President or a particular party, but there's some citizens whose names are assigned to it, and some sort of a committee, a citizens committee, that in fact have just been put together by the Committee to re-elect the President, say. Is that the kind of thing that would fit into your category of deception?
It gets close to the line, but I think it would. I think there has to be some way devised to indicate not only who the people are who signed the ad, but who's paying for it. And not only who's paying for it, but who's really paying for it. The Democrats for Nixon, for example, put a lot of ads in the newspapers and ran a lot of television commercials. It turned out they were all paid by the committee to re-elect the president. If that fact had been indicated at the time, it might have weakened their impact somewhat, which is really the reason why the deception was practiced in the first place.
This really gets down to the question of if you're going to ultimately rely on the good sense of the American voter, whether or not he's going to have a fair chance to use his good sense, and if he's being misrepresented to, so that he believes that honest citizens like him believe in a certain way to put their own money into paying for such an ad, it might influence his views. But if he knew the source of the funds and the source of the rhetoric, he might be able to just recognize from whence it came.
Well, I agree. If those ads supporting President Nixon after the mining of the harbor in Haiphong, for instance, had a line at the bottom that said, copy for this ad furnished by the special counsel to President Nixon and paid for by the President's personal counsel, they might have had less impact.
I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank this witness.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
The committee will stand adjourned subject to call of the chair.
And that's what at least two Democrats had to say about what they did or didn't do in 1972 and what the Republicans did or didn't do to them. With me to talk about their testimony and other aspects of where we are now in these hearings are John Lofton, former editor of the official Republican Party publication Monday, now a nationally syndicated newspaper columnist, and John Kramer, professor of law at the Georgetown University Law Center here in Washington. First, gentlemen, how about this Mankiewicz point that to say dirty tricks are politics as usual is just another part of the cover-up? First to you, Mr. Lofton.
I don't agree with that because I don't know of any witness that gave a blanket endorsement to all the dirty tricks and excused them as being politics as usual. On the subject of dirty tricks, I agree with Hubert Humphrey, who said earlier this year on Meet the Press that the Democrats played the dirty tricks on themselves. Humphrey talked about their crazy system of quotas, sub-quotas, partial voting, all kinds of gymnastics that were gone through to divide his own party. Humphrey said that no Republican could have conceived of such a program that did as much to tear the Democratic Party apart as themselves, and I agree with that.
John Kramer?
I think there was sort of a cover-up in what Mr. Mankiewicz himself was saying. That is to say, a cover-up of the Democratic divisions that the Democrats did to themselves, not that the Republicans did to them. I think it is sort of ludicrous to suggest that this phone call to George Meany is what put George Meany apart from George McGovern. George Meany and George McGovern were far apart 8 years before, and nothing was going to bring them together or get them close. And I think there is a sort of a tendency to rewrite history in what Mankiewicz is saying, trying to bring Democrats together who never were and may never be in the next few years.
I thought Mankiewicz also indicated that in Democratic primaries, at least, that dirty tricks are politics as usual. He said that if a vile leaflet came out, that the assumption would be that it was from the Democratic opponent. Well, that to me sounds like politics as usual, at least for the Democrats.
Okay, but that's an interesting point there. It is a dirty trick. Let's say that if you're actually running in a primary, one candidate against another, and you're trying to obviously beat the opponent, that's one thing. But to try to intercede in another party's primary, which is really what it's been alleged and what, of course, Segretti was designed to do, is that a different matter? Do you think so, John?
I see nothing wrong. What I think the debate ought to be about is what sort of methods do you use to influence another person's primary. I see nothing wrong with trying to get the weakest candidate as the presidential nominee of the other party. I think that what ought to be debated is what are the methods that you do to use that.
Where would you draw the line?
Well, I don't know. It's a hard thing to generalize about. If you have a specific method in mind, I could react to it.
All right. What about what we've been listening to this week on dirty tricks? A hired a hired intelligence gatherer, a man who works for one candidate goes to work in another candidate's camp.
Well, I think Mankiewicz put his finger on it when he talked about permissible, non-permissible limits of activity, when he talked about deception. And I think that, and I would have to disagree with Rick Stearns, I think the Democrats did indulge in dirty tricks, and I think they indulged in them overtly, and I think the number one dirty trickster in the Democratic Party was George McGovern. And the reason I say that is because I think it was a dirty trick and a deception from McGovern to promise everybody $1,000 and then withdraw it, to say he was 1,000% behind Eagleton, to say that he was going to withdraw troops from Vietnam but leave them in Thailand. He changed his position on women in the South Carolina delegation. He said he wanted to cut the defense budget by $30 billion, but not the muscle. I mean, all this is deception and it's dirty tricks to me. I think they should have called McGovern.
Well, John Kramer, how do you feel about this?
Well, I would totally disagree that you ought to intervene in somebody else's campaign, but there's a real problem, a legal problem, with the word deception. First of all, is to deceive is not to tell who you are, who you're from. The second form of deception is a sin of misrepresentation, saying you're from place X when you're really from place Y. The problem is, constitutionally, that you cannot force somebody to print literature with his name at the bottom of it. Literature can be anonymous. And therefore, even though you can't say you're from the Democrats for Nixon when you're in fact creep, there's a problem whether you can force them to print who it is that's putting the literature. So there may not be a constitutional remedy to all of this.
Let me come back to a point you just made, John Lofton. Are you suggesting that well, you take McGovern. McGovern's various positions and changing, as you just cited, those were dirty tricks. I mean, at least these were done in public view. You're not saying that's the same kind of thing that we've been
No. That's why I said that the Democrats' dirty tricks were performed overtly, and they were performed by the presidential candidate. And I consider that to be a form of deception and dirty tricks. And I'm just sorry that the committee didn't have an overt dirty trick side of the hearings. And I certainly think McGovern should have been called.
Yeah.
Because there's plenty of deception on his part, whether he was likening Nixon to Adolf Hitler or changing his position on farm parodies or Israel or marijuana, abortion. I've got several different positions on all those issues here.
Well,
Clearly deception.
I think that's the difference. He's got all the positions, and it's taken these hearings to bring out the difference between what Nixon said and what was actually going on during the campaign. McGovern was on the public record, even on both sides of it, at all times.
Well, I think it would still be interesting to call McGovern before the committee and ask him if he thinks it's a deception to liken Nixon to Adolf Hitler. It'd be interesting to see what he would respond. Or why did he tell the women in the convention that he would support the South Carolina challenge while he and Mankiewicz and Hart were up in the booth selling them out? That might be interesting, too.
No, I have a very personal stake in that since my wife created that challenge, but I agree with you on that.
Sure. And that wasn't even brought up today.
Yeah. Okay. Let's move on to the hearings themselves now, the committee itself. They're taking 2 weeks off. Obviously, they have at least finished one phase of dirty tricks and probably going to go into campaign funding now. A lot of people have suggested that the committee is rudderless. They've kind of lost sight of what they're here to do, that some of their testimony and their witnesses have been irrelevant, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. How do you feel about it, John Lawson?
Well, I think the hearings are sort of like the president's economic program. Every time you add a new phase, it becomes less effective. I think they ought to hang it up.
You really do? You think they ought to stop right now?
Yeah.
John Kramer?
I don't think they ought to hang it up, but I think they ought to get in focus. There was one point today when it finally came down to a legislative hearing, and nothing came out of it. Dash asked Mankiewicz what he would suggest as legislative recommendations. Mankiewicz hadn't really even seriously thought about it. Dash obviously hadn't, and that's supposed to be the whole purpose of the hearings, so it made clear that at least their purpose is not being fulfilled at the moment.
How would you answer those who say that, but wait a minute, the mandate for this committee was to investigate dirty tricks and campaign funding, as well as the Watergate break-in. And the Watergate break-in, of course, brought the big names, et cetera. But after all, the committee must proceed. Whether nobody wants to watch it on television, that's the public's right. But the committee must proceed. John Lofton?
Oh, I don't deny that they have a mandate to proceed. I was just expressing a personal opinion. I'm tired of looking at them.
Oh, sorry. John
I think it's obvious that the senators are. There were only 2 in attendance in the afternoon, and most of the Republicans were apparently elsewhere for questioning Democratic witnesses, so that was kind of unusual.
Well, nothing's really changed. Did you notice Mr. Dash asked Mr. Mankiewicz what sort of legislative proposals he had, and then a few minutes later sent him a notorious back reading off his little card asking the identical question? Yeah. You could tune in at any point in time in those hearings, and they could either be 5 months old or today's.
Okay. Gentlemen, thank you very much. All right, the committee is taking 2 weeks off now before it comes back to begin its investigation of campaign financing and possibly other matters. For now, for our guest tonight, for Impact and Peter Carey, I'm Jim Lara. Thank you and good night.
From Washington, you've been watching gavel-to-gavel videotape coverage of the hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. This program was made possible by grants from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and the Ford Foundation. This has been a production of Impact, a division of the Greater Washington Educational Telecommunications Association.